Okay. Mhm. All right. We're live. Good morning, everyone. This is the Backbone Web-a-thon, very first web-a-thon, and pretty excited to be here with everyone. We have a ton of really awesome guests uh, today, starting from 8:30 and going on until 10:30 p.m. Um, they're going to be covering a range of topics from advocacy to fitness, peer support, um, what other things? Cultural experiences, finding doctors and health alternatives, sports, grants. So hopefully you've been looking at the lineup for the past couple weeks that have been, um, you know, updating. I've been updating the lineup so that everyone can see who's actually going to be on and everything. So there'll be 15-minute time slots and 30-minute time slots throughout the day. Um, and you're welcome to join us at any time. Stay for a little bit, stay for a long time, stay all day. Um, and so, also, a big part of what we are doing today is fundraising. We have set a goal for September Awareness Month, and our goal is $15,000. And um, hopefully, with all the viewers today and people wanting to help support all the work that we're doing through Backbones, we can get closer to that goal so that we can meet the 15,000 for the end of the month. And I will actually put on here across the screen. I'll be putting the link so that people know exactly where to go to donate. And I hope that showed up. Did that work? Yeah. So like you can see there, we are using CrowdRise. It's crowdrise.com/SCI awareness. And you can make your donations there anytime throughout the day today and through the end of the month. Let me tell you a little bit about some of the stuff that Backbones does. We are a nonprofit, in case you aren't aware with the work that we do. We are a nonprofit that started in 2009. And it got started with a couple of friends, myself, my two sisters, and a friend. And we got together and decided that we would move forward and start this nonprofit to help support people with spinal cord injuries and giving them one-on-one peer support that they need after they've been injured. And as many of you watching probably know that, after your injury, you may have the support of friends and family, but it's not the same to actually know someone who has gone through what you have gone through, or knows just what it feels like, what some of the daily struggles and triumphs are with having a spinal cord injury. I have a spinal cord injury myself from a car accident when I was 13 years old. I was in Mexico on a family vacation, and the van rolled over, and I both injured my neck at the C5, C6 level, and also I have a lower injury in the lumbar area. So that means that I have paralysis from the chest down. I use a manual chair. Sometimes I use a power chair. Sometimes I'll use the manual chair. Majority of the time I use an electric chair to help me get around, to drive. I'm able to drive with hand controls, and uh, which is really awesome because I'm able to be independent and be able to do a lot of things. Um, so that's kind of my backstory and how I was injured. But so um, I guess the reason that I started Backbones was because I didn't have many friends that had a spinal cord injury until I got to college. And once I was in college, I started meeting others with injuries, and I saw that they were playing sports, that they were doing all these, you know, cool things, or just, being independent and living on their own and stuff. And it's something that, I wanted to be in that place. And seeing them be able to do all these different things that I wanted to do motivated me and gave me the confidence to at least give it a try, even if I didn't succeed at it. But yeah, I ended up, trying a lot of new things, getting more involved, trying some sports, and learning how to hire my own caregivers and all of that stuff. So really did change my life having that support from others that knew exactly where I was at and what I was going through. And I didn't have to do the explaining about a lot of things about why why I felt a certain way. They just knew. And so, that just kind of stuck in my mind that the impact that can make. Eventually, 2008, my injury was in 1995, and in 2008, I sort of started thinking about backbones, and the reason that happened was because I went to an event that was put on by an organization called Immerman Angels, which we will have the founder of Immerman Angels as a guest here today. I think it's at 9:45. So I went to that event, and what that organization does is they do one-on-one peer support for people with that are cancer fighters and cancer survivors. And I looked up the website and really was excited to see that they were providing one-on-one peer support for people, and thought to myself, if I would have had that support at the age of 13, if I would have had another young girl at my age that we could talk, or maybe someone a little older that could have told me, I've been there, I've done that, things are going to be okay. And so anyway, I thought this would be awesome for people with spinal injuries. And I had done peer support before through other organizations, but I felt like we could really take it to a different level. And to be honest, I had no clue what I was doing. My background is in fashion design and in art and theater. And running a nonprofit organization felt like something very daunting, like I didn't know what I was doing. So, I asked a lot of questions, I talked to people, and I'm learning as I go. And I think that that's something that everyone does. They learn as they go. So anyway, that's enough about me and how Backbones got started. I'm excited to have Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Month. I'm excited to be doing all these things that we are doing. We have a bunch of stuff happening with social media. I don't know if you guys have been following our Facebook page. We've had, fun facts, some stories about people, some cool videos, and sharing a lot about the events that we are doing. We sort of kicked off the month on September 5th with an event called Unbroken Art After Injury. And that was really cool because we actually had four artists with spinal cord injuries from different parts of the country. Two of them here from the Chicago area, one of them out in San Francisco, and the other one, Kennedy from Kenya. So he actually shipped his work all the way from Kenya, and then Amanda Barnes from California, she shipped out her work. The other two are Miriam Pare and Jenny Konstanski. Sorry about that. And we had a really successful event. It's at a cafe called Next Door Cafe, and it'll be up all month for people to view. The artwork is for sale, and all the proceeds are going directly back to the artists. So I encourage people to go and check out the artwork if you're in the Chicago area. And also, I'm hoping to sometime this month we'll be able to go in there and photograph some of the artwork and show it to others online, and in case other people want to buy them if you can't make it out to Chicago. But we really need to support artists, support our fellow SCI people, and so I hope that all of their artwork gets sold. They all have really fantastic stories. You can go on the website and read their stories and read why they do what they do. Another thing that we have going throughout the month is an exhibit at the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Chicago, and that is the exhibit is called Redefining the Game. And what we did with that was we picked 9 sports and did interviews with athletes with disabilities and athletes without disabilities of the same sport, and sort of did the parallels between the two. How, you know, they both train the same, they both are just as dedicated and are you know, they're athletes and and that's what we wanted to show, and that was our goal with that. And so that's running throughout the month, and it'll be it's free to go check it out as well. And today we have our web-a-thon today, so we're glad that we have a couple viewers on right now, and hopefully we'll get more as it gets later in the day. I know it's kind of early still. And what else do we have? I know we have something else at the end. Oh, we have a yoga workshop at the end of the month. So we're doing some yoga classes in Portland, Oregon, and also here in Chicago. So this Sunday with the Daya Foundation, we have a class, and then next Sunday we have a yoga workshop in the Arlington Heights area for instructors and students. So basically we're going to be covering what are the barriers and what are the facilitators for people to practice yoga. How can we make it easier for people to practice on their own or in a class, and likewise with instructors, sort of eliminating that not that fear, but the unknown, and how they can better help a student to participate fully in yoga and all the benefits that it can have for someone. Yeah, I think that's all that's going on this month. We have a lot of cool stuff happening for next year as well. We will be working with an organization called Wheeling Forward out of New York, and with an event called Wine on Wheels that we'll be bringing to the Chicago area. And you'll hear more about that when we talk to Alex and Yannick, which are the founders of Wheeling Forward. And I think they'll be on today at 10:30. So I'll be talking with them today. You should tune in. They're really cool guys. And so yeah, the event with them is called Wine on Wheels. And then later in the year, we're also planning a film festival, a disability film festival called Real Abilities, which is a film festival that's out of New York and has been hosting events throughout the country in different cities. And so they've asked us to participate. as a host organization and put that together. And it's kind of exciting because, excuse me, um, next year is the 25th anniversary of the ADA. So there's a lot of stuff happening across the country to celebrate the ADA and to sort of highlight the work that a lot of people have been doing for the past 25 years and even longer than that to get us where we are today. So that's exciting if you happen to do stuff with us, but also do stuff with other organizations that will be doing some really great things next year to celebrate the ADA and just create some awareness in this country and in the world, hopefully, about the abilities that we have and and all the cool stuff people with disabilities are doing around the world. I'd like to introduce to you my fellow Web-a-thon helpers. They are on here and they've been silenced because they're not talking right now, but I want to introduce who's helping in the back end of the Web-a-thon today. We have Adam Kale. Do I need to bear with us? This is our first time that we do this. Oh. Where are you, Adam? How do I get you on the screen?
I'm coming. There I am. All right. Hi there. Yeah, as she said, my name's Adam Kale. I've been involved with Backbones for a few years now. Actually got involved through a friend, Maggie Brown, out of Chicago. So I've been with you guys a few years. Did the 5K, I believe, last year. Yeah, did 5K last year with you guys. So, like Becky, I actually have a spinal cord injury as well, about the same level as her, C5, C6 area. That was actually an unknown injury. They really don't know an explanation of what caused my injury. So that's a little interesting in my life, I guess I would say, not really knowing how the injury happened. So, but I've been injured since about 9 months old, so it's about the only life I've ever known. I am a graphic artist by trade, I guess I would say. I went to Western Illinois University in Macomb, Illinois for about 3.5 years, have my bachelor's in graphic design, graphic communications, a minor in Spanish. I do not use either of those degrees at all. I actually currently work for Apple as a work-at-home chat advisor. So I really enjoy my job, and that also kind of ties into how I'm working here with you guys and helping you guys out today with the back-end support, tech support. So you might see me bounce on and off, answer questions if I can help out at all, but mostly I'll be helping the guests out and getting their names on the screen and if they have any questions at all.
Awesome, thanks. I'm so grateful to have you on here today and helping me out with this because I was a little bit scared, to be honest with you, if this was all going to come together, and everything's going smoothly so far, so we're good.
Good, yeah, I'll be here all day as far as I know until I pass out like the rest of you guys, I guess.
Nice. Aileen, I wanted to introduce Aileen as well. She's also helping out on the back end of stuff today. She'll be tweeting stuff all throughout the day as well, taking some snapshots that we can have for the future. And so she's been helping out with Backbones for a long time, since the very beginning, and that we started, volunteered for different events, and has actually traveled with me to different places. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about your recent trip to Boston, Aileen. I think you're muted.
Hi. Okay. Yes, I've gone to Boston this past month and towards the Abilities Expo, and it was really a learning experience. It's a beautiful city, and it was very interesting to learn how there's still not too many services as far as from what I was understanding, but it was so great to meet everybody and just listen to everybody's stories and what sort of things are in process and are advancing, and also just with meeting with the various organizations that we could potentially do really good work in and address and help more and more people. So I really enjoyed it.
Cool. And you've done a few of the expos before. I know you did LA with me one year, and it's kind of interesting to see. I feel like every city has a sort of like a vibe to it, and um, you know, there's more people in some cities, and so it's cool to see the different vibes in different cities, and they're fun. And for those of you who don't know, the Abilities Expo is an event that goes to 7 different cities throughout the country. I think it's Boston, New Jersey, Chicago, Atlanta, San Jose, and LA, and Houston, I think. Um, yeah, and so there's products, there's services, there's all sorts of cool things for people with disabilities, for caregivers, for family members, and healthcare professionals. So if you're near one of those cities, I would highly recommend um, checking one out. Aileen, you also went to Roll on Capitol Hill, and that was an advocacy. Uh, we went there to talk to people about um, the different issues for people with disabilities and and informed legislators about our issues. Do you want to say anything about that?
Sure. Actually, it was really, for me, it was quite eye-opening how certain, actually, it was good to see that so many people were there and of many different backgrounds, and it was very active. But it was very surprising also in terms of what certain laws per se, or certain laws or certain codes haven't yet been passed. It seems some of them are rather quite obvious,
Yeah.
and at the beginning, even when meeting the staff or the representatives, they were at first a bit skeptical even, but it just seems that they just really didn't know. And once you actually just explained the need for it, and you saw it kind of clicked in their head, and I think that's good then. This role in Capitol Hill is just really making noise and really just making that point, that obvious point of all these services that are needed, or this medical equipment. It was very eye-opening. I think be good for a lot of people to take note.
Right.
Yes.
Thanks for that. I think our first guest is Brian. Do we have Brian? Also, people want to ask any questions, there's the Q&A box and those um, though, those questions will come to us and we can answer any questions you may have. Well, I'm not sure if we're having issues with Brian logging on. Maybe someone can do the number.
Okay.
Well, in the meantime, I'll talk a little bit more about Roll on Capitol Hill. Yeah, that was in the middle or end of June. We went with United Spinal, a group of many advocates we all gathered to Washington, D.C. Excuse me. We went to Washington, D.C. to talk to different legislators, and like Aileen said, it was an eye-opening experience. I was really nervous going in because I had never done any advocacy on that type of scale. In my experience, I feel like I do advocating all the time, every day, with just myself, when I need stuff, and I'm that lady that writes the letters when something I don't get what I need, the services I need and stuff. So I was nervous going, and then once I got there, it was actually really great. We did a day of training, and they taught us all sorts of stuff on what laws and things were sort of in motion that we needed to talk to legislators and tell them, this is what we need and this is why we need it. And so learning all that stuff, at first it was a little overwhelming because I felt like, all of this stuff I didn't know, and maybe I should have known it. And I was surrounded by all these people that were other advocates that were doing just amazing things throughout the country, and I was sort of honored to be in their presence because I know that all the work that they had done. And so, like, again, that was also a little intimidating because I'm like, maybe I haven't done, I don't know what I'm doing. But once we got in there, we talked to the people. They were very receptive, and they listened to us, and and they had conversations with us. And I think the most important thing was to share my story and share with them, who I was, what my experience was, and why we needed these services. For example, the complex rehab technology. We all need specialized chairs and stuff like that so that we could function and be independent and not end up in hospitals and with pressure sores and stuff like that. And so, they were all things that make sense, and there's stuff that we need, but they were just unaware. And so we had to inform people about it. I also wanted to share with you guys a really cool project that we are working or have been working on since last year, called Reinventing the Wheel. And maybe some of you have already, checked it out and taken a look at it or been a part of it in 2 different cities that we've gone. So basically, Reinventing the Wheel is a project that started off when the idea of it started when we were going to, redesign our website at the very beginning when we started Backbones, and we started looking for images, and everything that was out there, on Google and um, stock photography. Yeah, you know, if you looked up person in a wheelchair, you looked up disability, there was photos, but they were really sad and depressing photos. There was, you know, people in these like really clunky hospital chairs, um, and you know, looking, like this, like they were sick, or somebody was pushing them, or you know, they were just sad images. And then on the other spectrum of that, there were um, people out with their arms up like this, looking up into the sky, and behind them is the sunset, and trying to be very inspirational. Um, and so that really is not representative of what people with disabilities are like, what their lives are like. And so, you know, in the back of my mind, I was like, we need to change that. And there needs to be some positive images out there of people being active, of living their lives like they should be living, like they are living them, you know, having, going to school, going to work, taking care of their kids, traveling, you know, all the stuff we do that everyone else does. And so this project was in the back of my mind, and then eventually, you know, I was able to share it with somebody that, you know, I wanted to match photographers with people with spinal cord injuries, document their lives, create some positive imagery, and put it out there for people to see. And so, you know, I talked to someone about it at the National Museum of Health and Medicine here in Chicago, and he's like, well, why don't we do an exhibit here? And that's how we got started. And we'll actually be talking with Cindy, who is the director at the National Museum of Health and Medicine. We'll be talking to her today at 11:15. And she'll tell you a little bit about it, and she's actually going to give us a little tour of the museum too, so you'll be able to see what a cool space it is. They have all these giant monitors, and all the bios and the images were on each screen. So it's a cool museum. And throughout the day, you're going to be able to see a lot of people that are part of reinventing the wheel, a lot of the bios. Oh, hey, we have Brian. I don't know if his microphone's on. Brian, can you hear us? Oh, there you are. Hi.
Okay, wait. Can you hear me, Rebecca?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, because I'm on the phone, I'm like doing like multiple digital things.
You're on the phone with Aileen and on the computer with me. Awesome.
I don't want to brag. It's kind of like, all right, see you later. I'm trying to hang up with you, Aileen. Okay. There. Wait. So you really hear me, Rebecca?
I really hear you, and so does everybody else.
Okay. Guess what? Okay. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I've been, just as a quickie, do you see a picture of this guy right here?
I do. Who's that guy?
Dave Chesterton. He's kind of like a fat, like, I mean, like in the positive way. Sorry, I'm talking from the street here. He's just like a really cool guy, and I've been trying to look like him. And that's what I have.
The mustache, is that it?
Yeah, I'm working on it. So I have him in the background. How's everything going?
Things are going well. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm pleased to be here. I didn't realize actually that this was Central Time, and I teach a class in 7 minutes.
Oh no!
So you're just gonna have to come along with me. Is
Yes.
that cool?
I was gonna say I'm coming to class with you, and
Yeah,
you
it's
can
gonna
tell
be-
your class to say hello to all of Backbones.
It's gonna be incredible. I might even so I'm gonna walk over there. I'm gonna have a student hand out quizzes just to keep
Okay.
them pacified. Anyway, so so I'll start walking in a couple minutes here. But
Well, let me introduce you so everyone knows who we're talking to.
Yeah.
This is Brian Glennie. Glennie is how you say your last name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And Brian is a pretty awesome guy. He is behind Accessible Icon Project. Brian, do you have one around on your desk that you can sort of flash so people will see it?
Crap. I was going to bring a skateboard with it. But you keep talking and then, I'll find something.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't know if everyone or anyone has seen the that new image, the disability or accessible blue disabled sign image that's all over, and so there it is. That's the redesigned one. It's actually, tell us a little bit about the background of that.
Yeah, my colleague Sarah was hanging out at the MoMA in New York, and they designed their own that was a little bit more embodied looking, moving forward. And I just said to her, dude, let's just do one that's like for the public, for like the people, because I'm all for the people. And so we started playing around, and we put a bunch of stickers appeared around the Boston area of our icon over the old one, and then the Boston Globe picked it up, and then that was like 2011, and since then it's just gotten bigger and bigger. Actually, in June or July, the state of New York wrote a law saying that you have to use this icon, this new icon, for any new installations. So it's now, like, it went from against the law to the law. That's pretty awesome.
The law.
Yeah. I'm going to start walking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So what is this class you're teaching today? Uh-oh, did we lose you? You froze. I think he might have frozen because he's walking. Maybe his connection's a little weird.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm teaching Descartes, and I talk about the matrix, and it's incredible. Like, students start crying.
I'm glad we're going to be sitting in this class then. Froze again. Bear with us all day because we're figuring this out.
I believe it's the...
I realize now why you asked.
Do you have something for me? Hello. Open it up. So...
And what is this that we are looking at?
This is...
I thought it was vanity.
I know. I'm kind of
I think he got stuck again.
Okay. All right. I'm so sorry. It appears that our network is easily disrupted by movement. I'm going to be there in literally 10 seconds. But I think we're going to be good. So Well, tell me about Backbones. Tell me what you guys are doing right now.
Well, today we're doing a webathon all day, and we're trying to get all these people together. Um, Hopefully people will be watching from all over the country and maybe even the world, and just learning about the services that are out there. We're doing a lot of fun stuff for Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Month.
Okay.
Now there's two of you.
True.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're good. Is there still two of me?
Yeah.
Well,
Do you want me to get rid of the other one? Oh, there, it's gone.
Okay, well,
Okay.
we're solid now. Just one second. No, I was totally serious. Are you ready for this? Okay. Here, just one second. Hey, zip it. I want you guys to say, hello, Backbones people.
Hello.
Just say, what's up, Rebecca?
What is up? We are here on a webathon all day.
Yeah. All right, that was completely awesome. My evaluations are going to be incredibly high. Please distribute these for me. Okay, let's get down. So the art show did go well.
Yes, it all went really well. Highlighted a bunch of artists, and we'd like to hear about you and the project, how that's going.
Okay, so New York City, initially adopts it, then the state of New York. Now we have advocates in Florida, Kansas, Malta, this country that I didn't even know of. I apologize. It's a small country, I think. They essentially are in process or have adopted the icon. But interestingly enough, in Kansas City, there's this little suburb called Merriam, and there the city council initially voted to adopt the icon, but now there's an inspector that's decided that it's not an appropriate symbol.
And why is that?
He says that it simply is not the correct symbol to use. And so it's like a big city council fight, like in Kansas City. It's incredible. So it's still kind of illegal, right? And so it makes it interesting. The Museum of Modern Art, it's in their collection right now in New York City. It's just like a couple signs of ours that are up on the wall.
You guys had a big event around that, didn't you?
Yeah, we had this incredible event, and it was like it was at the same time as a blizzard, so it was perfect. It was very exciting. But the MoMA has decided to take it on tour, and so I'm building some more signs. The first stop, I think, is South Korea. So it's really exciting to see it go international in that kind of artistic venue. So it's been really incredible for just a lowly philosophy professor.
Yeah, you're a professor. What's the school that you're a professor at?
It's called Gordon College. It's I don't want to say this in front of the students, but it's like one of these like rich liberal arts schools. It's like hella money for tuition. It's it's in Massachusetts and stuff. Okay, I don't think anyone heard me, but yeah. So I'm really privileged to be here and have a great job that allows me to not just teach, but of course have all these other interests. Like profoundly, like antithetical to philosophy interests like skateboarding and graffiti, which I still engage in on a daily basis.
Yeah, I see that. I know you do a lot of graffiti stuff. and it's kind of cool to see how all these things tie in because you also, well, at least for the icon, you have like stencils available too for people.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's
Um,
right. That
about
sticker
that,
that
how people can get those.
so yeah, you just go to accessibleicon.com. I think that's what it is, or .org, I believe. And you go to the shop, and you can get stickers, stencils, a variety of different things. Actually, the sticker that I held up is part of a new secret project. Let me hold it up again. And this one says Go Access, but I have a yellow one that says Low Access, and another that's red that says No Access. And let's just say that I found them up on a lot of different shops, restaurants, various things that kind of correlate with how accessible their architecture is.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's really an enjoyable thing to see happen. Put it this way, in Boston, I've run out of my red no access stickers. That's how kind of bad it is here in Boston.
Wow. And I'm sure it's, you know, there's a lot of places that those stickers would run out.
It's really sad, isn't it?
It
Oh
is.
man. Um, in Chicago, what is it like?
Yeah, Chicago has a lot of, places as well that, the L, we have the L that's, you know, part of it is accessible, and then we have, some stations that you can't get off the train and you have to go to the next one and then
Oh,
take a bus back. And so your commute could end up being 3 hours when it could be 40 minutes.
mm, mm.
Uh,
Do they have special taxis or shuttles?
Yeah, yeah. There's accessible taxis, and then they have that sort of like dial a ride type thing
Yeah,
that a lot of cities have. Again, those are also, can sometimes be really difficult to get places with scheduling times and stuff.
right. Oh man, I can't imagine how frustrating that must be sometimes. I know New York City is adamant about making sure, I think 60% of its taxis will be accessible in like 2020. Um, so they're making huge pushes, but still, it's only 60%, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, what have you been doing? Sorry, I don't want to like out you or anything, but have you been doing more fashion work? More,
Um,
more clothes design?
you can out me. Yeah, I have. I've been doing some designing. I was actually a part of a fashion show that was for people with disabilities, and I was able to, adapt some clothing for a couple models and, um, well, I mean, not adapt, but design for
Hmm.
them.
Hmm.
So that was a really fun experience, and that was back
Yeah.
in May. And right now I've been doing some more drawing and painting. I'm actually going to be in Vermont next month doing an art fellowship, so I'll be painting for a few weeks, which will be really cool.
Burlington?
Vermont. Yeah, Burlington.
Burlington, Vermont?
Yeah. At the
Okay.
Vermont Studio Center. They have a program there for different artists, but part of it is funded by the Craig Nielsen Foundation
Okay.
for artists with spinal cord injuries. So,
Wow. That's going to be incredible.
yeah.
You're really going to work on novel design?
On
What's
what?
on like novel?
You cut out a little bit.
All right. I think we're back on. I was a good boy in that time. I don't know what happened. So, but what will be the focus of your artistic endeavors?
um, I don't know. I've never just focused on that. I've done it sort of, on my own, but this time it'll like I'll be able to focus and actually think about
Hmm.
what I want to do. So I use a lot of pen and ink
Mhm.
on paper, and so I want to explore some more acrylics and canvas work.
Okay. Well, you know that one form of acrylic application is spray paint.
Yeah,
And
I've been thinking about how can I adapt it because I'm a quad, so we
hey,
got we got the like how do I push a button or not a
yeah,
button, the little thingy to
yeah, the nozzle, the
or
nozzle.
that, yeah.
So, I'm really close to Vermont. I have friends in Burlington. I got to come up there and maybe try to get an adaptive nozzle. Would you do spray painting with me? I mean,
Oh
I'm
my
not.
God, that would be so awesome.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. Okay, let's try to set it up. There's a skate park there that has a lot of graffiti. Maybe we could like do a collaboration at the skate park. It's called Talent Skate Park in Burlington.
Okay.
And so it wouldn't be
When you
illegal.
said it, it wouldn't be illegal, okay? Because we're already saying it on the air.
Yeah, exactly.
People are watching.
Right. Perfect. Perfect. So yeah, and it's a 3 week stay. Is that how long?
It's 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay. Okay. Let's try to make this happen. You're
I
down,
would
right?
I would totally love to do that.
All
And
right.
I've
Let me.
wanted to explore that and also using a tattoo gun. I tried it this past December, but the vibrating would keep making my hand like I wasn't stable enough, so I need to find one um that's a little less vibration.
Yeah. Right. 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 I understand. Um, do you when you're can you grip like this?
No, I don't
And
have grip.
it's mostly just you just need to press. You would be able to press with like your arm strength.
Yeah, like I could probably push with my wrist like that or
Okay.
with my knuckle, something.
So if you were Spider Woman, you could do the web thing.
Yeah. So,
You are. I was I would sing the song right now, but I'm too embarrassed.
okay.
Anyway, incredible. Okay, let's see if we can make this happen. Just update on your Facebook when you're gonna go.
Okay. I will
Okay.
let you know.
Okay, sounds perfect.
So we're sort of coming to an end, um, but I want you to tell people where they can go again, if you can give us your website again. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know there's a really, you know, good backstory to how this got developed, and it wasn't just somebody came up with a logo and a design. You guys really went into thinking about
Hmm.
what each part of it meant and why.
Yeah,
Um,
that's right. That's right. Spend a lot of time thinking about how people with disabilities are perceived in society. Um, when I would interact with people, they would say, they would use terms like lazy, um, they take our tax money, um, they don't have a job. And the responses I would always give is like, yeah, it's because you're a freaking jerk and you're not like hooking them up with a job. And so Sarah and I were like, we just have to, it's almost like you have to change the way people, the paradigm in which people think about people with disabilities, right? So that notion of like embodiment, right? To essentially take the bathroom symbols that you see that are ubiquitous for male and female that are thick, and then just actually use one of those to symbolize a person with a disability, right? Because they're people, not
yeah,
little stick figures. And then, of course, I think it's been described as like the old ISA, the old International Symbol of Access, but thicker and italicized, right? So we love that idea of that moving forward. So, but it took us 3.5 years to kind of go from the initial concept to the final product, and we would have never expected it would take that long because it's just a drawing.
Yeah. But it
So
means a lot. So,
hey, I
and
appreciate
it's
that.
representing a lot of people.
And a lot of people have, in some sense, identified with that symbol, and they've been able to kind of, in some sense, launch careers around it, launch advocacy careers around it. Um, I have a long history in animal rights and environmental activism, but this launched my career in disability activism, and anyway, then I get to meet people like you, Rebecca, which is absolutely unbelievable. I mean,
And then
look
we're
at
gonna
you.
go paint at a skate park
Dude, we're
next.
gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So anyway, thank you so much for this opportunity to interact with you. I'm sorry about all that nasty technical issues, but hey, right? I'm
Well,
forgiven.
again, thank you so much for being on here with us. I really wanted the world to know what you guys have done, and keep following what you're doing.
Yeah,
It is
awesome.
Accessible Icon Project.
That's right. Thank you so much for your support. And hey, I'm gonna be donating later today. All right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Help us to reach 15,000.
I'm gonna go for it. All right. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Hugs.
Hugs.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Thank you to our first guest. That was pretty successful. And we have our next guest, George, one of my favorite people. Can you hear me, George? We can't hear your voice. 1 second. You think your mic might be muted. George, can you hear me? Maybe check your default microphone on the top. If you scroll onto the top, um, you'll be able to see like a little microphone button. That might be. I hear
Hey,
something.
George, if you have to, yeah, at the very top, if you have your little cursor up there at the top, you should have like 4 or 5 icons. You should have a little settings icon there. Make sure your top one is set to your microphone. Are you also using a Mac computer maybe? Checking your settings as well there that you're set to the correct microphone.
I'll give you a brief intro on George and how I know George while he's trying to figure out the microphone. George is director and founder of Wheels of Progress in New York. And I believe you were also part, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I know this part of the National Spinal Cord Injury Association, the New York chapter, and has a whole bunch of fun projects and advocacy stuff, and just cool things that are happening in New York because of this guy. George, do you still hear me? You can hear me? How come I can't hear you?
We can lip read. How's that, Rebecca? We could just lip read all day.
Maybe try closing it and coming back on. Hopefully that'll work. And no, there he is. Good. We were at Roll on Capitol Hill together this past June. And I talked about that earlier today. I don't know if you were on, but it was United Spinal went with a group of people to Washington, D.C. to talk about different issues that people with disabilities face and things that we need. And so it was a lot of advocates that had gone out there.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yay!
Yes.
How are you?
I am doing great. I'm so glad that we finally took care of that slight challenge that we were up against.
Yes.
So Rebecca, thanks so much for having me. I applaud you for doing this for SCI Awareness Month. I think this was a fantastic idea. I think that you and Backbones as a whole seem to always come up with some very creative projects.
Thank you. That's really nice to hear, and they're fun, so that's a plus.
Absolutely.
And I get to talk to all these people that I think are pretty awesome, so I'm glad to have you be a part of this.
Thank you for having me. So I guess I can start by sharing a little bit about myself and how I got involved in the world of advocacy and how I created Wheels of Progress. So I had a work-related accident eons ago. In 1992, I fell from a height of equivalent to 3 stories while working for a fairly large company in New York. And life for me, as with most folks with SCI, changed completely from that point forward. I went through a very long period of my life where I was lost. I guess there's no other way to put it. It took me about close to 10 years to finally figure out what life should be like as a person living with a spinal cord injury. And when I finally did, it kind of just took off. I started off in the world of athletics. I was invited to compete in marathons and in triathlons. I competed with Team USA for several years. In fact, up until 2 years ago, I retired because I had shoulder issues, elbow issues, and then my life took another turn. So I think that most of us tend to find ourselves reinventing ourselves throughout our lives after injury. And I reinvented myself several times. At one point, I decided that I wanted to live one of my childhood dreams, so I fought the Federal Aviation Administration so that they can give me authorization so I can learn to fly. That was a 2-year fight. After I finally had the authorization and obtained my pilot's private commercial pilot certification, and the goal was to become a flight instructor so I could share the world of flight with everyone else with disabilities. The recession hit in 2008, so the school shut down, and I had to reinvent myself all over again. Since I no longer had a job, I decided to go back to school and work on completing my bachelor's and eventually my master's degree. And while in school, since I had so much time on my hands, I started mentoring newly injured folks in a hospital setting, in a rehab setting. And then I was introduced to the New York chapter of the National Spinal Cord Injury Association. So I started working with their mentoring program and learned about a lot of issues that exist within our community. And one of those issues was housing. My very first mentee went from the hospital to rehab straight to a nursing home. And this was a 17-year-old man, young man, that had no business being in a setting where the majority of the people are knocking on death's door. So this was my first exposure to institutionalization. And when I went to visit this young man, I stayed with him for about 6, 7 hours in this nursing home. And when I left, I truly felt like I was leaving one of my comrades behind. And as I was rolling out of the hospital or the nursing home, I started crying. I felt it was the I felt within me this passion to not only help but to come up with a solution and an alternative to institutionalization. And this was the beginning stages of Wheels of Progress. So throughout the process, I was able to share this issue with other folks, and I was able to build up the support that was needed to launch Wheels of Progress. First, my wife came on board, and we talked about different ideas and different ways to be able to deal with these issues. And then I shared the issue with a professor of mine, Dr. Rosemary Murray. Um, I actually invited her to a support group I was holding at one of these nursing homes, and she was totally blown away by what was happening. And that only 5 minutes after sitting in one of the support groups, she decided that she was going to stand beside me in this fight in order to help create a solution for institutionalization in New York and elsewhere. So what I wanted to do was share with you a couple of videos. One is of a young man that we just started helping last year, who was in a nursing home. And just give me one moment so I can pull up that video. And while I'm trying to do this, I'll continue talking. So can you see? Let's try this again. Rebecca, are you able to see the YouTube video?
Yes, I can see the video now.
Okay, so I'll just enlarge this and just play this. It's only about 2 minutes.
25 years old. I currently live in a nursing home. Hi, I'm Dion Delgado, Samson Delgado's mother. July 22nd, 2012, I was driving my car. Unfortunately, the road was wet and the dog got in the way.
Actually, we can't see the video.
Leaving me paralyzed from the chest down. It's been rough. I don't think it's better than a lot of play. I think feel restricted to some degree. He's a young boy. He's only 25 years old. He shouldn't have to live in a nursing home. Before my injury, I lived in a home that was not accessible. Many steps, narrow hallways, narrow doorways. So basically going back to that would have been impossible. From what I've learned in the past 8 months in which I had my injury, is that it didn't beat me. While it caused a lot of psychological problems, depression, it didn't break me. And it's not the life that I expected. It's not the life that I wanted even, but it's a life.
Okay, can you see me?
Yeah.
So that's Samson. I started working with Samson a year ago, and as you can see, Samson is a young, vibrant, energetic individual that obviously has no business living in an institution. He lived there for almost 2 years, and I'm happy to share that he now has his own apartment. We moved him out July 17th, and he has his freedom back. And I have probably a 1-minute clip of Samson in his new place, and I think I'd like to share that with you, if you allow me to. And if, okay. So this is Samson in his new space.
Yeah, I don't think the video's showing up.
I will try this again. Do you see it now?
I just see like the actual um, page, but the video's not playing.
Okay, so then we will skip that video, and I'll tell you.
Well,
Um,
just if you could tell us where people, what the name of your organization is and where they could go. We're
so
coming
the
to an end.
Yes, so the name of our organization is Wheels of Progress, and our website is wheelsofprogress.org. And we're located in New York, and we work with folks that live within New York State. And the plan is to master these issues so that we can expand and work with folks throughout the United States. Since this is not just a New York issue, and it's not a United States issue. This is a worldwide issue,
Exactly.
and it's become a passion to be able to create an alternative.
Well,
So
thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I mean, like you said, a lot of people are living in these situations and need it.
absolutely, absolutely, and sadly enough, there aren't too many folks in the general public that know about this issue. So
Hmm.
one of the other things that we're working on is raising awareness and also changing. Brian mentioned something while he was talking about having to have a paradigm shift with the way society views disability as a whole, and
Hmm.
I think that's something that we all have to work on, and it's part of all of our missions, I guess, to change the way society perceives disability. There's nothing wrong with me. I don't need to be fixed. I'm a person that lives with a disability, and this is the way I roll. And there's nothing
Yeah.
anyone can do to change that. And so needs to accept that and finally accept us as a segment of society that we're here to stay, and they need to give us full access to everything that's available to everyone else, including housing.
You're awesome, George. I love you.
And I love you back.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I know it was
You
such a little time, but I'm glad that people got a chance to listen to what you're
Thanks
doing.
for the opportunity, and I look forward to listening to everyone else's presentation.
We're going to be on later today with the Wheeling Forward people, so they can tell us about you guys, the Access Project, hopefully, because I want to hear about that too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's going really well. So I'm sure they'll do a good job with it.
Okay. Well, you take
We'll,
care. Thank you so much.
we'll connect again soon. Have a great one. Everyone enjoy this webathon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. Thank you, George. We have thumbs up. We have our new guest on here. I don't know if we can unmute him. Our new guest is Tim Morris. And we can't hear you. Can't hear you. Maybe if you leave and come back on again, that's what George did and it worked. Tim, I haven't actually met in person. Someone told me about Tim. Hello, see your face again, Tim, but I don't hear you. Tim, I'm going to, maybe if you close and exit the Hangout and then click on the link again like you did to join us. Adam, do you have any suggestions for us?
I was just checking it out on my phone because I know he's on a tablet. I know you're in Panera. Tim, at the very top of your screen, if you just like tap on the video, do you get like a little microphone up at the top there at all? Or at the very bottom of your screen then?
We'll talk a little bit about Tim.
Yeah, if you tap on your screen, you should get a little pop-up at the bottom.
Can you hear me now?
Yay! We can hear
Yep,
you.
there we go. Sorry, I'm a human body nerd. I'm not good with computers at all.
No problem. I think a lot of people on here today were a little bit nervous about what was going to happen. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's cutting in and out a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Minimally, just a little bit.
Well, we can hear you. So would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay. Well, my name is Tim Morris. I was injured in a rollover accident just about 7 years ago, and I basically broke every bone in my body except my legs, ironically. But I was paralyzed, T4 spinal cord injury from the chest down. I was labeled a quote-unquote complete injury, but I've regained through just tireless, dedicated effort. I've regained the ability to stand a little bit and crawl, working on still putting it all together. But in the meantime, I realized that before my injury, I was a phys ed teacher and just a regular personal trainer. And after my injury, with the obvious physical disability handicap, to the outsider perspective, excel at. I needed to really try to be the best that I could possibly be. So I became a certified strength and conditioning specialist, which in the strength coach, and I really dedicated myself to be.
Oh, I think we lost them. Oh no.
All right, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Sure. So I just realized that I needed to try to excel at everything that that I was doing. So I just became a CSCS, really dedicated myself to understanding neurology, what was happening with my body after the injury. And outside of that, I began doing endurance races, competitions, marathons. I'm a triathlete. And then I got into Tough Mudders and Spartan races. And there's only a handful of people around the country that are paralyzed in chairs that that do these races. Actually, there's only two of us that I know of that are competitive Spartan racers, me and a guy by the name of Michael Mills. And just a few weeks ago, I became the first paralyzed athlete to complete the Spartan trifecta, which is all three race distances, 4 miles, 8 miles, and 15 miles in one race season.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So for people that don't know, Spartan races they're kind of they're pretty intense obstacle course races through mountains. This weekend are the World Championships up at Killington Mountain. Mountain is a mile high. Last year we were up and down that mountain, 4 or 5 times in 9 hours. It was brutal. So obstacle course races, crawling through mud, climbing ropes, rocks. The terrain is difficult and dangerous, but dedicated myself to training for these events, and my team also did the same thing. And it's difficult, but it's possible.
Some of your videos, and like the Tough Mudder one too, and this looks like a lot of teamwork. How many people are on your team?
Yeah. So we actually we take them a little bit differently. The Tough Mudder is more like family style. It's more fun. That one we tend to have 40 to 60 people on the team, right? And the Spartan races are kind of they're a little bit more, I don't want to say competitive because it's not competitive, but a little bit, we take it a little bit more seriously. There's only, 6 to 10 of us that go through it, and the teams are great. Everybody on these teams are, they're selfless, they're incredible people. I'm fortunate to have amazing friends and family and people that surround me, people that care about me and love me, and that's really been significant in my quote unquote recovery from the injury 7 years ago. But I like we have these teams put together because I could go out and try to attempt these races myself, but it would take a week to do it. So we try to make it efficient and be as effective as possible when we put these teams together. So Tough Mudder tends to be, larger, 40, 60 people. Spartan races, 8 to 10.
Okay, that's big. Was there ever a time, did you get right back into doing, competing and stuff like that, or, did it take you a little while?
Actually, I didn't actually even attempt any obstacle course racing prior to my injury. Always something that, I thought about, but that tends to be the case with almost everything in my life, right? I feel like prior to my injury, I was a good guy, I was a great guy, but I never really I didn't dedicate myself fully. I didn't give 100% to anything. I had a bunch of great ideas that I never committed to. After my injury, I really value the perspective that it's given me, and I value life. And I just decided that I was going to start doing, checking all these things off the list. And it's really, it's opened up a whole new world to me. You know, it's really been a great time. These obstacle course races have opened so many doors um, that I would advise anybody to, hey, you can do it. It's going to take some effort, but I feel that it's possible, and I would recommend to anybody to start living life.
It's got to be such a feeling of accomplishment. I mean, I watched your videos and I was like, yeah, I want to go out there and do that stuff.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty rad. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely difficult, and it's a total feeling of accomplishment when we finish, because some of these days, you don't go out there. Some people go out there and they can finish these races in 2 hours. We go out there and it's an all-day affair. The Spartan Beast, which was 15 and a half miles up in Ottawa, Canada. We were up there and we did it really efficient. We were pretty efficient. We did it in 13 hours. Left at 9 in the morning, and we finished. It was like 9:30 at night.
Wow. Well, it's really nice to put a face to your voice. I know we talked briefly the other day, and I haven't met you in person, but I hope to soon. And thank you so much for being with us today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, and encourage everyone to check out your videos. Tim Morris, and you have a couple Tough Mudder and Spartan videos, correct?
Yeah, if you just you can YouTube Tim Morris, Tough Mudder, Tim Morris, Spartan. I put a couple on my Google Plus channel, I think. I don't know how to upload them onto Google Hangouts, but yeah, you can find them on Facebook, on YouTube, social media, anywhere.
Okay, cool, perfect.
All right, great.
Yeah, and I actually posted one yesterday, so people can check that out on Facebook or Twitter. It was posted.
Cool.
All right, thanks again, Tim, and
All right.
watch us sometime throughout the day, and thanks
I
again.
will. I will. I'll be popping in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right.
Right, that was Tim Morris. I think coming up next we have Andrew Skinner from the Triumph Foundation. And I believe we're having some issues with the camera showing up.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Apparently my webcam's not working, and I'm not sure how to fix it. So you might have to deal with screen just pointing at you, Rebecca.
Okay, the camera looking at me.
I didn't brush my teeth or comb my hair, so
I think
webcam pointing at me the whole time.
I think you might be lying, because this is really early in LA. You're out in LA. And yeah. I bet that you are still in bed and haven't gotten up.
You're much easier on the eyes than I am, so I think that's the better way to go.
Thanks. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic, thanks. This is a really neat project that you and the BACKBONES family have put together. I've been listening to the last speaker and really an awesome story. I've heard about him, I've read about him, but nice to put a face to his name and to hear his story in his own words.
Yeah, it's been cool too to be able to talk to. I mean, I talk to a lot of you guys over the phone sometimes, but it's nice to put a face to it. So.
Yeah, well, I apologize that I can't put a face to mine, but I'm sure that we can still make a proper introduction to people that have never heard of me. Then on another time and day, we can actually meet and shake hands. I know you and I have met, Rebecca, several times. But,
Yeah, if you don't mind, well, I'll tell people you're from the Triumph Foundation, which is out in the Los Angeles area in California. And if you want to tell us a little bit about what you guys do, I know we do a lot of very similar stuff, but you guys are doing some really, really cool things in your area. So if you can tell us about it, and I don't know if you can make your mic a little louder. If you can, that'd be awesome. But
let me see if I can do that. Hang on. I've never used Google Hangouts, so this is new to me.
Well, it's teaching you new stuff.
I know. I gotta get with it. How's that? Okay. So, anyways, I got hurt 10 years ago, and when I got hurt, I was really lucky that I had a wonderful family that supported me, and I had people that had gotten injured before me come roll into my hospital room. It just kind of gave me hope and gave me inspiration and helped me put some of the pieces of the puzzle back together. And ever since I got injured, I always wanted to kind of pay that forward and help out the next guy. And so I spent the first 2-3 years just focusing on my recovery and just trying to be the best me that I could possibly be. And I am a C6 quadriplegic, real similar to you, Rebecca. And so it took me a long time just to figure out how to take care of my own self, eating myself, operating a wheelchair, driving again, and ultimately going back to work and just getting back out into the community and integrating back into society. And so after I felt like I had made a pretty good recovery on my own, I decided that I was going to get involved with some other ways that I could give back to the next person that got injured. And so I started attending support groups, and I started to get involved with some other local nonprofits. And I just saw there was a lot of needs out there that were still being unmet. And so I kept thinking they should do this and they should do that. And then my wife said to me one day, you know what? You should do it. Why don't you do something to help these people in those ways that you're seeing that are just unmet needs? And so I started Triumph Foundation with just the mission just to go in and bring care baskets that were full of resources to people that rehabbed at the hospital that I rehabbed at. And the care baskets, had equipment catalogs and magazines geared towards our community and books and also some sweets and some goodies that would just kind of cheer people up. And we started off just going to that local hospital, especially around the holiday season. It's tough to be in the hospital any time of the year, but especially around Christmas time. And so what started with just doing that part-time, we kept it going, and it just snowballed. And so when other people got word of what we were doing at our local hospital, they said, I really wish someone was doing that at my hospital where I rehabbed at. And so Triumph Foundation started going to 2 hospitals, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, and now we go to over a dozen hospitals all over Southern California and bring these care baskets full of resources. and just try to let people know that they're not reinventing the wheel, and try to give them some hope, and try to give them some resources. Seeing that people can't hear me, is it tough to hear me right now? Try to speak closer to the microphone.
I can hear you, but you sound like distant. So
Okay.
if you could either talk a little louder, that might be a little helpful.
Since I don't have the camera on, I just scooted the computer up closer to my face. Does this sound better?
And then it's suddenly gonna pop on, and your face will be right in there.
Yeah, the booger shot. So, anyways, when we were going in to meet people with these care baskets, we recognized that there were other things that people are, struggling to figure out, and as people are getting out of the hospital and said, I can't go home, and I'd ask why, and they said, I have 3 steps in front of my house, I physically can't get in the front door, and I was fortunate that I came from a background in construction, and my family has been generations in construction, so we started helping people do some home modifications, building ramps, widening doorways, remodeling bathrooms, and just to make people's homes more wheelchair friendly. And then, we'd also meet people that had other needs. They were saying, I'm getting out of the hospital, I don't have a wheelchair. Getting out of the hospital, I don't have a commode chair. Getting out of the hospital, I don't have these basic items that are necessary for, just surviving and living. And so Triumph Foundation started our grant program, and we have a Keep Moving Forward grant to help people get the basic, things that they need for activities of daily living.
And what is that called? Keep Moving Forward grant?
Yeah, it's our Moving Forward grant. And, it just, every time we meet somebody, we're Triumph Foundation, we try to find solutions to help them triumph over obstacles. And so we've got 5 different categories in our grant program. We help people with primarily ADLs, things that'll help them just for activities of daily living. We help people with things to return to the community, which includes things like putting hand controls in a car. We help a lot of people that are high-level injuries get the adaptive computer devices that they need, things to help them get out living again. We've also supported people to do some adaptive recreational activities, and also
yeah, you guys do a lot of hand cycling a couple times a month, don't you?
Yeah, well, we have our own programs too. So we try to meet people wherever they're at. So our grant program is one. We have about 10 different programs that we run. So the grant program, and then we have the adaptive recreational program. So we do a lot of sporting events. We sponsor some teams. We do hand cycling at least once a month. Take people out to do some adaptive shooting. Go to the target range and
oh yeah, I've seen that you guys have done that too.
People snow skiing, water skiing, you name it. All our programs start with, wouldn't it be fun if, and we go out there and do it. Our next big one is we're going to do a wheelchair baseball event. We're going to play over the line on October 11th, so in about 2 or 3
and
weeks.
Can people still join for that?
Yes, absolutely. We're limited to only about 50 players, but on the other hand, this sport used to be really big out here in Southern California, and it hasn't been around in over 10 years. So
wow.
We're going to try to bring it back, and I know there's a lot of excitement around it. So it should be a lot of fun.
Well, that's awesome. I like what you just said, that most of your programs get started with, wouldn't it be fun if?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Those are the best ideas.
I would just encourage anybody out there that has it in their heart that they want to do something to help their local community, it starts by just showing up and being the catalyst. We run a lot of support groups too. We run over a dozen support groups that meet all over the place, and you got to be the networker and the one that collects people's email addresses and the one that sets the time and location and follows through. And you know how this works, Rebecca. You've done it yourself.
Yeah, it's a lot of organizing, but it's really it's great to see people come out and participate. I think a lot of times with our community of people with injuries, transportation is a big issue, and people maybe sometimes don't get out to all these events that are planned. But I get really excited when I see stuff that you guys are doing, and it always looks like you have a ton of people there and a ton of chairs and their friends, and it's exciting to see that people are going out there and participating in the stuff that you put together.
Right. Well, and once people see that other people are figuring it out, sometimes it just takes one little piece of advice on how to figure out how to get up in your chair earlier, or how to take care of your own care a little faster, and that opens up opportunities. You connect with someone that lives nearby you, and I can pick you up. You don't have to take the paratransit system or the bus to get to this event. We'll take you. You build up that community. I always say that the spinal cord injury community is the club that no one wants to join, but once you are in, you're family. And Triumph Foundation really just tries to keep our family tight knit and get us out to play. There's still a lot of life after this injury, and we just try to get people organized. And the coolest part for me is to introduce somebody to someone else, and then see that relationship just grow and take off. And they're out there doing things that I don't even know about. That's really neat that I was some sort of conduit for them to build.
That's cool that you say that, because I think for me one of the coolest things to see is just that, what you said, when you introduce someone to to another person, and they become friends, or like at an event you introduce them, and then the next day on Facebook you see that they're friends, and maybe the next weekend they go out and do stuff on their own. So it's you see that people start forming these friendships, and like you said, it becomes family, because we know what each other, we know what it's like, and people become family.
Right. And sometimes when people first get hurt, they think, this is not going to be me. I'm not going to be, in a wheelchair. I don't want to have anything to do with those guys. And then after, a few months, a little bit of time passes, they really wish they had that connection with the community. And then when they do come out, they find out that the people that were in those wheelchairs, those foreign, weird people, are just regular folks like me that just had something tragic happen to them and they got hurt, and they're just trying to figure it out too. And I think that's really, cool, is that once you get plugged into the community, you realize that there's a lot of good people, and a lot of times this injury brings out the best in people and makes them better men and women.
Yeah, once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, thank you, Andrew. Can you tell us your website so people can go if they're in the LA area, or even anywhere around the country? Like you said, you have a ton of programs, so let people know what you have.
Is www.triumph-foundation.org. Just Google Triumph Foundation. You'll find us too. Our programs are primarily in Southern California, but we have a heart to serve everywhere, and so our grant program is open to people all over the country, and we send care boxes to people that live outside of our ability to personally make visits. Yeah, we're just happy.
So for those who didn't hear it, it was www.triumph-foundation.org.
You got it.
And thank you so much for being with us, Andrew.
Hey, thank you, Rebecca, for putting this on.
All right. I love you, and I'll talk to you soon. All right, I think we have our next guest. And I know you guys are gonna hear me say this throughout the day a lot. I'm gonna say this is one of my favorite people, but a lot of the people that are on here today are my favorites, so I'm just gonna keep saying it. Hi, Johnny.
Hello, Rebecca. I love you, girl. So you're one of my faves, no question about that. How are you?
I'm so good. How are you?
Good, good, doing great. Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say I am and everyone is so proud of everything you've created to help other people who are challenged by the same thing that you were challenged when you were, I think, 13. And it's wonderful what you created. I love your logo. I love your concept. I love your heart, your energy, everything you've done to help the next person go through the same challenge that you've gone through. And it's so easy to believe in you and believe in your cause. So I want to help. We all want to help you. We're all here to help you, girl. You're amazing.
Thank you. And I gotta say, I do owe a lot of this to you because this is how we got started. And I don't know if you want to tell our story. We have a story.
Yeah, we do. And you know what? I tell this story all the time. I really do. I tell this story all the time because it's such a happy story. And I just feel so grateful and blessed to have your friendship and to know you like I do, Rev. So Rebecca and I met, and I'm going to say probably about '07. It's probably '06 or '07. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think
Right.
'07.
'07. Got it. So back in '07, I get a phone call, and it's Rebecca. She says, I live in the Chicago burbs. I don't know you, but I am obsessed with your website. And I literally spend 3 hours a night on your website, just combing through it. Love this model, love everything that you guys were doing. And quick background, I am a cancer survivor 2 times in my 20s, and I couldn't find anyone who survived the same type of cancer. So I wanted to meet someone like me who'd been through it, did chemo, did surgeries, and was back in the gym or feeling well or happy post-treatment. And so we created a group called Immerman Angels, where people are newly diagnosed with cancer will partner you up one-on-one with somebody who beat your cancer. We do it worldwide. So Rebecca calls me and says, oh my God, I love this concept. This would totally work, this one-to-one peer concept with spinal cord injury. And when I found out I was in a car accident, I had to be in a wheelchair. It was new, it was scary. I thought my life was forever different in maybe a negative way, which of course is understandable for anyone. But it's not, and it's gotten better, and I have a positive story, and I feel like I could help the next girl who's going through the same thing. And you said, will you work with me? Will you help me build a one-on-one peer support for spinal cord injury? And of course I said, yes, use our model. It's one-to-one, just like AA. You find a sponsor. We've sort of based ourselves off that model. And it'll work as well, this one-to-one peer in spinal cord injury. And the rest is history. We started a long time since 2007. And I love how you've sort of unplugged cancer, plugged in spinal cord injury, and created this amazing organization with the coolest logo that I'm looking at right now. I love your logo, and it's so happy, and with the peace sign, and so positive. Everything about you is so positive, and you're helping people, sharing your story, digging back in your hardest challenges of your life to help the next girl and to help other people connect with others who've gone through the same thing. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you, to watch you grow, and no one can do it like you do. No one can do spinal cord injury like you do. It's your heart, it's your past. I could never do it. It's not where I've been, but you've been there, and no better leader than those that have walked in the shoes to connect people peer to peer who are also walking in the same shoes. So the world's a better place because you're in it, and thank God for your idea to want to do this, and that makes me so happy to know what you're doing for others. Love it. I love it, love it, love it. Love you.
Thank you. Thanks for all of that.
That was a lot. Sorry, that was a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys are doing great work, and I think that, the model really applies to anyone, like you said. I know that, it wasn't just myself that started a organization for people with spinal injury, but there's been others, that sort of have followed your model. And I mean, I'm grateful that you're so willing to share. And anytime I have a question, I'm like, how did you do this? And you're so willing to share. But yeah, I mean, everyone needs that support, all with anything that they're going through. And you've mentioned it before. It applies anywhere.
It really does, Rev. It applies anywhere. It's mentoring. I think it's been there since the beginning of time. But people like you who've dedicated their lives to building a system so no one gets left behind or slips through the crack with spinal cord injury is really changing the world. That whole segment of the population you're going through this have a place to go now because of you. So could not be more proud and love the work you're doing. There couldn't be someone kinder and more passionate than yourself to do it, and just keep it growing. So anyone out there listening, I can't tell you how much I support and believe in everything Rebecca does for people, and her heart is, you just have the right heart for it. That's why it works. So please support Backbones, get involved, volunteer, wear a Backbones t-shirt, whatever you can do if you're affected by spinal cord injury, especially. Anyone listening out there, get involved and be a part of it. I know we always want to be a part of what you do, and everyone in our community and the Immerman Angels community loves you and loves your cause. So keep it going. Sky's the limit.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about anything new that's happening with you guys that we could share with our viewers.
Yeah, well, one thing that involves both of us, which I love telling, is that, we've sort of redone our training manual for our survivors. You have to sort of give them a little training so they're aware of what not to say and to say, and most of the time they're going to get it right anyway. It's very human how to help somebody as a mentor. But we've redone it. We've gotten doctors and nurses and social workers to help us to say, yes, this is how we should train your people. So I love that, when you need that stuff, Rebecca, it's just really as simple as unplugging cancer and plugging in spinal cord injury. But that's something we both share because it's the same process, and the training manual really works the same way. So it's so nice how we can, share a lot of the materials and no one has to recreate it. And it can help all of us in our different areas. Us with cancer, you with spinal cord injury. I know we've got a mutual friend in Jake Moore. We just were at his event last week, and he does one-to-one suicide support with a group called No Stigmas. Wonderful, wonderful guy. His father committed suicide when he was 7. And he helps people, and families mentor families one-to-one affected by suicide. So, we all work together. We all partner. At Immerman Angels, to answer your question, Rev, we've got 6,000 volunteer survivors, and of course we've been going for a long time now, 9 or 10 years, but about 6,000 volunteers as survivors and caregivers in every state and 60 countries, and everybody volunteers to help the next person out. So it's just a beautiful, circle of good energy. And just survivors wanting to give back, just like people with spinal cord injury with Backbones. But we're in a healthy spot, and we're helping people every day, and I can't ask for a lot more than that. And I apologize, I'm a little bit half awake here. I just got back last night from Mayo Clinic at about midnight, and moving a little slowly here today, but haven't even showered yet or done anything yet, but I'm up and awake, and anything for this girl right here. Fortunately, my hair doesn't really matter if I shower or not. This is built for any sort of weather and any sort of night you had last night. But yeah, I did not want to miss this. I really wanted to be here to help. But just like you, Rebecca, like we're only as good as our outreach. So by us being at Mayo Clinic and meeting with doctors and nurses, they're probably top 4 or 5 cancer centers in the world up in Rochester, Minnesota. We're only as good as to know the staff there, so they send us the patients that need us. And I know you're doing an amazing job of connecting with all the centers as well and all the rehab places. So right when they figure out people are affected by spinal cord injury and your life has changed and the bottom fell out, those people should be aware of Backbones. They should be aware of Rebecca Torres. They should know that there's a place they can go wherever they live and connect with others who understand. So I know it's a big part of what both of us do. Again, it's so similar how you spend your days and how we spend our days. It's the same model. You got to find the mentors, and then you got to find the people that need the mentor, and one-to-one, that's the magic, right? The magic is getting the right 2 people in the same room.
And the cool thing is that, we use the word mentors, and that sort of kind of means that one knows more than the other, but I feel like these relationships, people end up leaving them, both sides get so much from it.
Rebecca, there's no question about it, and I love that you touch on that because that's another thing that people don't think about, but it's so similar with your mentors and with our cancer mentors. There's no question they benefit equally, sometimes even more than the people that are going through it because it feels good to give back. There's no other way to say it. Giving back, sharing your story, helping the next person, all of a sudden there's purpose and there's meaning and there's something really positive on your really tough experience and your life challenge. For me, cancer. For you, that car accident. And there's something good that now a specific story, you have a specific experience that no one else has who hasn't been through it. And you give it, you share it, you help the next person. They want to pick your brain because they're a rookie and they're just starting their challenge. They don't know much about it. We're really able to help them, and there's no question. Arm in arm is the analogy I use. You're running arm in arm, hand in hand through the same marathon, except we mentor them. We get them to the finish line. They get to a healthier place mentally, or they beat cancer, or they get to a happy place with you and become a mentor with Backbones. It feels good to help them get to that finish line. There's no question. It's the most human, raw emotion is helping another person get their life back and get their happiness back. I can't think of anything better than that in the world.
I agree, and I've been injured I'm coming up to 20 years, and talking to people, every day it makes me happy to hear their stories and to hear the relief in their voice after, they think that their lives are over, they don't know what's next, and just to hear their relief and have them start asking questions, I think it's awesome.
No question about it. When you hear it day to day, which you're doing every day, and I did for so many years, talking to people on the phones, and I still do, but not as much as I used to, just one call after the next, doing all the matching. But when you hear those stories, God, everything in life that seems like a potential stressor feels like such minutia, because you realize people are struggling for life. Everyone's fighting their own battle, and it keeps us in perspective of what's important. It's hard to complain about little things after you talk to people that are going through the fight of their life, whether it's spinal cord injury or cancer, or with Jake affected by suicide. They think they'll never get happy again because their mom or their spouse or their brother or their best friend committed suicide. So no question about it, like, it's the best feeling in the world to be able to dig in there with them, dig deep, and to make a difference, and to know they need you. To know that to be needed is just a great feeling. You know you have something that they need.
Well, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time today, and tell people where they can go if they would like some cancer support.
Absolutely. if anyone out there is affected by cancer or a survivor you might know who's been through it, who might be a mentor, our one-to-one support can help people anywhere in the world. We have people in London, people in Israel, people in Peru, people in Juneau, Alaska, and anywhere across the world. So they just go to immermanangels.org, which is IMERMAN angels.org. And there it is right there. Anyone wants to see that? So even though I didn't shower, I'm wearing a t-shirt that's clean. I promise you that. And so you can get involved there. You can send us anyone that's sick in any way that needs help or a survivor to our website, and we'll help them out. But I want to say this. Rebecca is one of the heroes. She's one of the amazing human beings in the world. I love our friendship, and I'm so grateful to have it. I'm blessed to have you in my life. I will never forget that phone call when you said I'm obsessed with your website. And it is such a great story how our friendship started. And I'm honored to know you. I'm lucky to know you. You're the good energy everybody wants to have in your life. So anyone out there, support Backbones. Get involved. Again, Rev, we'll talk about this more offline, but check my LinkedIn and any other people in the media that you think would be a good connection to get your story in front of. I'll introduce you to them. Any other people that help get the message out for what you do, I want to help you do that. So I know everybody does. Yes, whatever doors I can open, you just hit me up. Makes me feel good to connect you. Your story is so compelling and so powerful, and it takes the courage from someone like you to basically find peace in your own challenge and then to own it and open it up and help other people. So anyone out there, wear a Backbones t-shirt, donate to the cause, help Backbones grow, help Rebecca's heart continue to touch more lives. I know I talk about you in my circles all the time. So love you, girl. Keep it up. You're wonderful. The world's a better place with you in it every day. Keep well.
Thanks, Johnny. I love you too.
All right, sweetie. You take care, all right? Everybody be well and take care.
Have a good one. Bye.
You too.
Good shower.
All right, I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to wash this.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Rev. Love you. Take care.
All right. So we're coming up to a break right now. And Adam, Aileen have been doing an awesome job in the background, getting people on their calls, or on their time slots, sorry. So we'll be back again at 10:15 with Patrick Hughes from Inclusion Solutions. Okay, am I back on now? All right, I think I'm back on. So I made a little mistake, and we were supposed to have Patrick Hughes on at 10:15, and I accidentally ejected him, and now I'm having trouble getting him back on here. Patrick Hughes is from an organization called Inclusion Solutions, and they do really cool stuff with helping people or helping gas stations have a button that says fuel call on it so that people can go and when they need to gas up, they'll be able to call someone to come out and help them so they don't have to get out of the car and stuff like that. And I know that that's a big issue with people. I know it is for myself with driving. And then I need to get gas, and it's really hard for me to do. So usually I have someone come with me and help me, but having these options would be amazing. Hopefully I can get him on here because he was supposed to be at a gas station to show us, and I'm really bummed that I did this. Sorry, Patrick. And then coming up after that, we have Wheeling Forward, our friends Yannick and Alex. And just so everyone knows, and I thank everyone for watching today and participating. Backbones does one-on-one peer support for people with spinal injuries, and we also have events in various cities to get people out and meeting each other and after their injury, so they are able to talk to others and ask questions, relate to them, and just to provide that support for people outside of a hospital setting, doing activities that are fun and interesting and things that people actually want to do. They don't have to feel like a patient in the hospital. Adam and Aileen are in the background also helping us, so I want to thank them for helping us do all the back end stuff. Aileen, do you want to say hello real quick? Aileen's been helping us do all the Twitter stuff and getting people on the phone. Oh, there you are. Aileen, can you hear us? I don't think your mic is on. I can't hear you. No. Thank you guys for sticking around through our technical difficulties.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hello.
So Aileen, say hello to everyone, and you can tell us what your involvement with Backbones has been.
Hi, my name is Aileen.
Alex, you hear me?
Oh, there we. Actually, I think we have.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, I think we'll talk with. Sorry to cut you off. But I think we'll talk with
Not a
Yannick.
problem.
We'll talk with Yannick and Alex, and if you and wouldn't mind sort of getting Patrick on the phone, and maybe we can figure out a little bit of time to do this
Okay.
in the schedule a little bit later. Thank you. Hello, Yannick. Can you hear me? And I think Alex is on there too. How do we get Alex some sound? There he is. Hi guys, can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me, Alex?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay, we can all hear each other.
All right. Success. So how's it going?
Thank you guys for being on this call. It's been good. We started off at 8 a.m. and we just had a little break right before you guys, and so I had some trouble getting back on, but here we are. And so it's been a quick morning so far, talking to really cool people.
Cool, cool. Are you guys keeping track of how many words you're saying today? I'm sure you're going to break a record.
Of how many words I say?
Yeah.
I hope I have a voice by tonight. Well, I'm so happy to have you guys on. You guys have an organization in the New York area called Wheeling Forward, and I know you guys have a really cool story and how you met each other and how you guys got your organization started and what you do, and I'd love to have you share that with everyone that's watching.
Sure, Yannick, you want to go first? Yannick, can you hear us?
Maybe you can't.
Yannick. I'm texting him, turn his volume up.
Looks like it's pictures.
Yannick.
I can't. With my volume?
Yeah, your volume, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
No?
Oh, no.
No,
Oh,
I
no.
can't hear you. This sucks.
Well, I'll get started.
Okay, yeah, please.
So me and Yannick, basically we were hurt pretty much 1 week apart in separate car accidents. And I was hurt in Pennsylvania, and he was hurt in New York City on the west side. And we ended up being roommates at Mount Sinai Hospital during our rehab. And you know, it was obviously a really tough time. We've all been through rehab. We know how it goes. But you know, we formed we formed a bond. You know, Yannick was I was 19. Yannick was 25. He had just been married, and you know, we kind of knew that we both had to get our lives back together afterwards. You know, Yannick was a sommelier at the time, working in every high-end restaurant you know in the city, and then you know once he became disabled, was in a chair, you know, it was tough. He couldn't work in many restaurants; they weren't accessible, and
Now.
Yannick, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know what happened. I'm just going to use my phone.
Awesome. That works really well. We can hear you.
Can you hear us, Yannick?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly well. Thank you.
All right. So Yannick, I was just talking about you, how we met a little bit. And,
Cool, great.
You know, so you know, basically, Yannick went back to college also after he got hurt. I went back to college.
When I was hurt, I was studying biomedical engineering at Carnegie Mellon, and after losing a year, I really I couldn't go back to that, I guess, or I could have. I just chose not to. I just felt like engineering wasn't the most disability-friendly career path for me. So I changed over to law and pursued my career. I got my master's in got my bachelor's in philosophy. Got my then went to law school and became an attorney. I kind of try to bring both worlds of my former life back. Meaning I ended up becoming a patent attorney because I had my engineering background, and then I put it together with my attorney background, and kind of just did that. I worked as an attorney probably for 2 or 3 years in the courts. I worked for a judge. I worked for a few other places, and then more and more I kind of wanted to do more things for the disability community. I was running programs and volunteering for other organizations, and Yannick had always said to me that he wants to use his connections in the wine world and his network with the wine industry to do something good, to do something for our community. And it just one day I think we were at a taco spot, he kind of was like, I'm ready, I want to do it. And I was like, all right, let's do it, and we just decided to create Wheeling Forward. It was pretty straightforward. We had I think we met in November, we incorporated in December, and we had our first fundraiser in February 2012. That's when we were kind of born, and ever since then we've just been growing, trying to do more things for the community here. Yannick, you want to talk a little bit about how you got there?
Yes, I would like to. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess basically, first off, I like your shirt, Alex. You look very pretty with it. I like the colors.
Thank you.
That's number one. And number two, Rebecca, you look very pretty as well. Wow, it's good to see your face live, And I would say my number one philosophy is I believe in the power of love. I love Alex so much. I love the organization, and I love what we do. But I think Alex is really the brain and the brawn behind it all, and basically, I think for a great organization to actually run functionally, you have to have different job responsibilities, and Alex certainly does a complete different set of things or tasks than I would, and my main goal is to really try to get the name out there, but also to try to generate revenue so we can actually be able to provide services to the greater New York City area, such as our skydiving trips, our adaptive programs, the water skiing. So by doing a lot of these wine events, these wine seminars, we're actually able to run independently. We are still a small organization, but it allows us to actually reach out to other people. Alex is certainly much more hands-on with the members of Wheeling Forward or people who have benefited from Wheeling Forward than I would. I'm definitely much more behind the scenes when it comes to that in that respect. But again, we all have our different responsibilities. It definitely works. There's no two people doing two things alike,
Yeah, I think our personalities are really complementary and our skill set.
Yeah.
And everybody still loves Yannick very much, although he is more behind the scenes. I mean, I run Wheeling Forward pretty much full time right now, where Yannick has pretty much a full-time job. So he's able to commit a lot of time, but because he actually has a job and he's out there, it's more challenging. So should we? Do you have any questions first, Rebecca, or should we get into what Wheeling Forward actually does?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that every time I talk to you guys, it's love, and you guys are always like, "Oh, you're doing awesome," and I love it. It makes me feel good, and I think putting out that awesome energy and yeah, tell us some programs for Wheeling Forward.
Sure.
And you guys are doing really cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, every program that we have has kind of come out from a place of we saw a problem and we wanted to fix it.
there was somebody somewhere that we came across that wasn't getting something that they needed here in New York City, and we wanted to fix it. I mean, one of our first and biggest programs that we started, you know, when we were born 2 years ago, is our wheelchair donation program. You know, I was seeing a lot of people leave the rehab centers here and go to nursing homes. And, you know, in New York City nursing homes, people don't get provided with power wheelchairs. So you had, you know, I knew a handful at the time, now I know many more, you know, quadriplegics who were, you know, living in nursing homes but had absolutely no means of mobility. So not only was it terrible because they can't get around, but because they can't get around, they had no chance of ever, you know, finding independence or freedom to get out of that nursing home. And, you know, the first few wheelchairs that we probably donated, I literally bought them on eBay, you know, used chairs. I think I drove to Delaware and Pennsylvania to pick up chairs that were used for like $200 or something. I mean, since that time, obviously, our program has grown. You know, we turn away a lot of donations now because we have we get so many. You know, we probably give out between last year we did 50 power wheelchairs last year. You know, and it used to just be that we were giving to persons who are only in nursing homes or institutions. Now, you know, Hurricane Sandy took about 25 wheelchairs from us. People in the community, people who's, you know, we just gave a chair yesterday to a gentleman who he's a college student. His chair broke down. You know, it's going to take him, you know, 2 to 3 months to probably fix it. He might have had to miss the whole semester, but we were, you know, able to provide him with a power chair so he can continue to go to college. You know, a lot of reasons. I mean, our program it's not just one disability. It's not just, you know, one thing. We do serve all disabilities, anybody who has a need, you know, and it's a really challenging program to run, but I think it's incredibly beneficial. You know, as all of us know who are wheelchair users, if we don't have mobility, we pretty much don't have anything, you know. So, does anybody have any questions about our wheelchair program, or how we do it, what we do, when we do it? No?
Have you guys done outside of the New York area? Like able to get chairs to people?
Right. Anywhere we can drive to, we're willing to give a chair to. The one thing that I've been exploring more so is you know, how to ship these chairs. We don't have a great way to ship them. I think maybe last year we shipped one to Texas because, you know, there was somebody donated the shipping. I think it was some private freight company that they got to donate the shipping. So we don't technically have a problem with that. You know what I mean? But shipping can be a challenge, and it's not something that we can, you know, we can afford, because shipping a chair is, you know, expensive. It could be $400 to $500. But if there's like a serious need, and we can all kind of, you know, once we where there's a will, there's a way, you know. And you know, I think what makes us unique is also that we go out of our way to find the rarest chairs. I mean, we donated chin control wheelchair just a few weeks ago. I think it's the third chin control we've given out this year to somebody who needed it. You know, and those chairs can be really expensive, and those are the ones that are the hardest to find. You know, aside from you know, regular tilt in space kind of chairs and those kind of chairs, we've gotten pretty good at. But you know, we want to make sure that everybody can get a chair, even if you're chin control or sip and puff. You know, we probably have 2 or 3 sip and puff wheelchairs in our inventory now. So it's pretty diverse. It's very challenging. You know, we keep a part-time wheelchair tech on staff, so that's obviously, you know, difficult to maintain. But and we have our own wheeling forward wheelchair van that drives them all around. So
a band?
Yeah, a van. We have a wheelchair van that they drive.
A van. I thought you said a band. Like you guys had a band. I didn't know about this band.
Every time we deliver a wheelchair, the band comes out. You know what, Yannick? I think that's a great idea. What do you think about a wheeling forward band?
I would love to have a band, actually. I would really love that. I think it'd be really great PR for us. Why the hell not?
Yeah,
actually,
you know, we have a few musicians in our circle now.
Well, there you go. Now you have a new project.
Yeah, seriously. So that's one of our programs, and it's certainly something we spend a lot of time doing. But if anybody has any questions or wheelchair requests, local or not local, or we do know other organizations outside of New York that do some kind of this stuff, and we have relationships with them. Feel free to email us info@willingforward.org or check out our website and see how we can help. I mean, we're always willing to respond and help somebody out.
You guys are really big at. I feel like you're really good at collaborating with other organizations, and I know that you guys have just started a project with Wheels of Progress with George.
Yes,
We were on a little bit earlier, and we didn't have time to talk about this project, but I'm hoping that you guys can tell us a little bit about what the Access Project is.
Sure. I mean, the Access Project is kind of like, in many ways, it's a project between Wheels of Progress and Wheeling Forward, but in many ways it's a culmination of everything that we do. Meaning, the Access Project is actual space. It's a physical space located on 5th Avenue and 112th Street in Manhattan, a few blocks away from Mount Sinai Hospital, where all our programs are tied into. So, we do this wheelchair, we do the wheelchair donations, whereas now we're starting to do that in the Access Project, where people can come, get their chairs repaired, or take loaner chairs from a physical space. We have our spinal mobility program, which is a big exercise and fitness program for people with spinal cord injury. So now we do that from the Access Project. And, just as the word access kind of suggests, it's meant to be like a center or a hub where people with disabilities can go to. It's fully accessible. It's 7,500 square feet in Manhattan, which if you know Manhattan real estate, 7,500 square feet is difficult, difficult to find.
Yeah.
But we're doing everything from adaptive yoga there. We're doing wheelchair Zumba. We're starting adaptive martial arts therapy tomorrow, art therapy. So it's really meant to be like this big center of comprehensive services for our population. It's really for the people that are like 18 to 55 in New York City and who are wheelchair users. And the truth is, there's nothing like that exists around here. You know what I mean? That's really central. New York City is a very segregated area when it comes to disability, meaning there's a whole bunch of different disabilities, and then not only is there a whole bunch of different disabilities, there's a whole bunch of different ways they get serviced. Some people are on one type of insurance, some people have another type of insurance. The Medicaid system here is complicated. We're really trying to I see your question, Eric. I'll answer it in a second. I see it there. There's kind of like, we're trying to bring everybody together, meaning there's no reason that people with spinal cord, or people with spina bifida, or people with CP, or people with transverse myelitis really have to or people with MS have to take part, in activities differently. We're all in some ways similar, and even with the Access Project, the MS Society has been a big supporter. A lot of the spinal cord injury associations have been supporters, and we only started it 2 weeks ago. We're actually in our 3rd week, so it's a very young project, but we're doing pretty well.
Ooh. Sorry.
So, but it's going well. People are there every day. We're open every single day, 1 to 5, Monday through Friday, 1 to 5. So it's kind of a big undertaking because we have staff. We have all these instructors and all the people in chairs, and we also provide meals. We're providing food to people as well. So it's a big undertaking, but we've been, yeah.
So I have a question. So is it like people can go for free, or is it like a membership, or how does that work? If someone wanted to go to the Access Project and become a part of it.
It's a combination of things, to be honest. A lot of people here in New York City have an insurance company called ICS, Independence Care System. ICS is one of the I don't want to say sponsors, but they're one of the contracts that we have. So when their members attend, we are able to bill, ICS or get reimbursed for the services that we're providing. A lot of people in New York City don't have ICS. They have other kinds of insurances, or some of them are even in nursing homes. You know, if somebody's in a nursing, we have a lot of people that come from nursing homes. If somebody's in a nursing home, there's no way we can get reimbursement from anybody. So we're not turning those people away. We're letting them participate, although it is technically free for them. We are looking at alternative means of funding to make sure that we don't have to turn anybody away. Right now, we're getting anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 people coming a day. Well, 20 is a bit high. We're probably at the 10 to 15 range. And that's fine for us. We can handle that. If the numbers go up, yeah, it's going pretty well. As the numbers go up, it's going to be difficult for us to service people just candidly without having some kind of way to fund the program. So we are reaching out to the government and to grant-giving organizations to be like, look, you have this whole group of people who are attending now. You know, if we can't get some kind of financial assistance, we unfortunately may have to turn them away. I mean, it's by no means something that we want to do, but that's just the situation that we're in. But for the sake of people who want to come to the Access Project, they're welcome to come anytime. You know, we're actually even open on Saturdays now. We're open Monday through Saturday, 1 to 5 p.m. You know, so 6 days a week, 1 to 5. It's kind of a lot of work. I'm there pretty much every day. George is there pretty much every day. You know, it's literally like opening up a center. So, but it's going great. I think.
What a cool thing you guys have done. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. People, the feedback from people has been really good. There's been a few bumps in the road in our first 2 weeks, but the feedback's been great. And you know, people love yoga. I think everything that we've thrown at them, people have loved, and they continue to come back for. You know, and we want to give them more. You know, we have support groups there. We just want to give them more things to participate in. And Yannick is our exercise group leader. He comes in and he does a lot.
I've actually participated
You got to see a
as
video of Yannick running an exercise group. It's
no, it's a great program. It really is.
Are you there? Or he's frozen?
He might be frozen.
Yannick's frozen, yeah. So that's the Access Project. You know.
So we have a question here.
Sure.
You want to address this question?
Yes, I'm
from
sorry.
Eric.
Yes, I'm sorry.
There are a lot of people who have wheelchairs that are in good shape but are too big. Is there a way to match people to swap wheelchairs?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Yannick, you're good.
Okay.
So, Eric, the answer to your question is, I mean, we don't really have a wheelchair matching component to the program. I mean, if somebody's in a bad chair, you know, if somebody's in a chair that's not fitted for them, we'll see if we have it to swap one. You know, the truth is, any kind of request that comes in, we're always willing to try to help. I mean, a lot of people rolling around the city in hospital chairs. There's terrible, you know, Invacare 9000 in the city. I'll stop them, or Yannick, you know, will stop and be like, listen, dude, you should not be in this chair. And we'll, you know, we'll tell them straight up that, look, we can help you out. We can get you a better chair. Just give us a call, and we've done that. You know what I mean? So.
I just had a really good idea. Another idea that you can add to your band idea is that when Yannick go down the streets of New York, like that show "What Not to Wear."
That's not a problem.
That's
not a problem.
With what?
You guys could just be telling people what chairs not to use.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, it's funny. It is. I'm sure some people will probably take it off, especially by Yannick. He's like, you know, he's very aggressive about it. I'm a lot more gentle. But you know, when you see somebody who's in a chair like that, you just know it's just wrong, you know. And yeah, I guess it can be strange, especially in New York when somebody stops you and they're like, "What are you doing in that chair?" Somebody look at you like you're a little crazy. But you know, it just you see it and you're like, you know how much better they can be doing it in a chair. So, you know. Yannick, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yannick, we're talking about your aggressive tactics and telling people they shouldn't be in those kind of chairs.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, no, my gosh, yeah. No, for sure. But you should we talk about the one on Wheels Chicago, perhaps?
Yes. go ahead and tell us what Wine on Wheels is.
Yeah, tell us Wine on Wheels and then get into Chicago.
So Wine on Wheels is basically it's our biggest fundraiser that we have every year. It's one of the biggest wine tastings that we have. One of the biggest wine tastings period in New York. It has 50 of the top sommeliers, and in case you don't know what a sommelier is, it's a person who takes care of the wine program at a restaurant. They pour the wines. We have over 200 wine. Hello? What is that? Can you hear that?
Hold on, somebody's got to mute.
Okay, yeah, mute that. Yeah. And so we just have that, and then we generated quite a bit of money this year, and we're continuing to grow. And we're hoping to take the same concept, a smaller scale version, and do it out in Chicago. And hopefully have about 50 different wines, 10 to 15 different sommeliers pouring. And that's it. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Yes. Yeah. Oh, we lost Yannick.
Oh.
All right, I'll continue where he left off. So, you know, like Yannick was saying, I mean, it's basically just, I think what makes the event special is you have a lot of the restaurants and distributors of wine participating. So it's very rare that you get pretty much every restaurant and every wine distributor to be in the same place. That's what attracts a lot of the people to come to the event. It's really fun. I mean, we have, you know, if we have 50 to 100 wines, I mean, it's pretty rare that you get to taste those all in the same place. And we have a silent auction. And Yannick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. Yeah, finish up.
No, I was talking about silent auction stuff. Keep going. You know what?
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. If you come by, you'll get a big hug from me. You'll get a nice gift from Alex, because we love everybody. So just come on down. There'll be lots of great wine. So hopefully we're shooting for February in Chicago. Just kind of looking for a space and all that, but we're definitely working, and can't wait to finally meet you in person, Rebecca, and we'll just have a great time, you know. And I think the idea is to really just get drunk and then, you know, whatever, let's have a good time. What the hell, you know what I mean?
You know, it's funny. I've never heard you say that about wine. The idea is to get drunk. That's so unsommelier of you.
Yeah, no, I know. Because Alex gets on me. He's like, he never sees me drinking wine, you know?
You know, it's funny, and it's a good thing nobody from the I hope nobody from the industry is watching. Well, I hope they are, and I hope they can donate lots of money. But whenever me and Yannick go out, he's always drinking beer. You know what I mean? He works at wine all day. He's a big fancy sommelier. But when we go to a bar, the guy like always orders a Heineken. You know?
Yeah. Oh man. Well,
I'm excited to, you know, be a part of that event here in Chicago and make it happen and get a lot of the community involved. And I know that you mentioned on our meetings that we've talked before, you know, it's a cool event and it's fun and it'll get a lot of people out here, but the most important thing is knowing that through that we're going to raise funds to be able to benefit the people that we're serving, and that's the cool part.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Yannick is hopefully going to rally the troops in the food and wine industry, and help us raise some money to support all our programs. You know, and we're excited to be going to Chicago. I don't think I've been in Chicago in maybe 15 years or something. And I think when I was there for like on a layover, and I stayed for an extra day or something. So I would love to see some of the sites in Chicago. Yannick, you've been to Chicago. You've done the Chicago Marathon. You've done more stuff in Chicago.
Definitely a great city, yeah, and a lot of beautiful women like Rebecca. A lot of beautiful.
You know, Yannick
did the marathon, you said?
Yeah, I did it like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Cool.
How was it compared to other marathons?
It's a very fair course. Like really, it's a beautiful course, fairly flat. I really enjoyed it actually. Compared to New York, it's not as New York's a lot of hills and all that, but definitely no, it's a good course, yeah. And then you've got all those like hot shots from the University of Illinois, right? All these like hot shot, you know, just with their uniforms and all that, and they're all speeding away, you know.
You don't
I just take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of the racers from UVI.
Yeah. I just take it easy, you know. I just check out the girls, you know. That's it. Hello, how are you? Just wave at the. Donate moving forward. No, I'm just joking.
You're such a ladies' man, man.
There you go.
It's so easy to tell that you're a sommelier.
But yeah, no, that's it. So we're excited to try to do it, and then hopefully, kind of, it's great to have partnerships with.
Yeah, it's great to have partnerships with other organizations, and our first one on Wheels was February 2012, which is just 2 years ago, and the second one was last year, and the third one was this year in June, and it's picked up some pace. I mean, this year we raised $75,000, which is
That's fantastic.
yeah, which we think is pretty significant, and hopefully it's a model that we can recreate. I mean, so a city like Chicago, that's a big wine city. People, we think all the pieces are in place. We have backbones locally. We have ourselves. We've got a great wine city, and when all those things come together, it should be successful. Now we just have to kind of do our part, to make it so.
Yeah. Well,
All
thank
right,
you guys for being on here with me.
No problem. Any last words, Yannick?
I'm gonna get off because my phone keeps going in and out. So I apologize for the inconvenience. So Alex, please do not get mad at me later because I'm very afraid of you.
No worries, Yannick. I never get mad at you. I never get mad at you. I have nothing but love for you, Yannick.
God, I love that shirt on you.
Can we do another hug? Can we do another hug? Can we do like
Yeah, let's do like a real hug, like right here.
Oh God! Oh God! You guys feel so good.
All right, thank you, everybody. Please donate to Backbones. Go check out the website. You guys are an awesome organization, and we were super happy to be here. And Rebecca, I admire your ability to do this for like the next 8 or 9 hours. It's pretty incredible.
My coffee.
And I hope you don't talk to anybody tomorrow.
I'm gonna watch movies and sleep tomorrow.
All right, Rebecca, you're awesome.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Good luck, you guys. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was Yannick and Alex from Wheeling Forward, wheelingforward.org, and they're out of New York. Next up, we have Marilyn. I see Marilyn's on already. Hopefully the mic is working. Can you hear me, Marilyn? I can't hear you.
All right, am I unmuted now?
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Okay. I thought Adam had to do it. I was at his mercy, but evidently I could do it myself.
Yes. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm so excited to have you on.
Yeah, this is my first Google Hangout, so it'll be a learning experience for me.
I think it's been the first for a lot of people, so hopefully they'll do it often too. And
have you done it before?
With people. I've done it before. Yeah, we do. The majority of our board members are from all over the country, so when we do our meetings, we do them over chat like this, which is nice because we can all get together and we're all in different cities. But this is a good way to do it.
Well, we're the same way. Our board members are. Well, we have one as far away as London, so.
Oh wow.
We do Skype or a conference line typically. We haven't tried Google Hangout, but if it seems to work well, we might give that a try too.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit about you and your experience with spinal cord injury and how you got started with your organization and the work that it's doing. That's a lot. Maybe tell us a little bit about your experience with spinal cord injury. I know that your son has a spinal cord injury, so maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, he does. He was injured almost 11 years ago. He was a sophomore in college, and he was driving down the road, and a wheel came off a truck going the other direction, and it bounced on the median and then landed on top of the cab of his pickup and broke his neck. So he had a pretty freak accident, to say the least. And
yeah.
So that was how I got introduced to paralysis and specifically spinal cord injury. A few years after that, I think it was 2005, I was part of a group of women who met on CareCure and organized a rally in Washington, D.C. It was about 6 months after Christopher Reeve died. There was a lot of chatter on CareCure, as you can imagine, about what to do after his passing and how could we continue his work. So, again, this was a group of women from all around the country. Just kind of the miracle of today's internet. We were able to get together and get organized, and we organized a little one-day rally in Washington, D.C. Is that my sound? No, I guess it's okay. So that's how our group got started, and after the rally, 3 of us decided that our work really was just beginning, and we formed our organization called Unite to Fight Paralysis. That was in October of 2005. The next year, we introduced our first conference called the Working to Walk Symposium. And when we've been doing that every year now, this will be our 9th symposium this fall in Seattle. Rebecca's been to one. I'm not sure if anybody else out there has ever attended one, but it's a pretty unique experience. It's an opportunity for people who are injured to get together with, first of all, their peers, a lot of other people who are paralyzed for one reason or another, to meet the research scientists that perhaps you've heard about, perhaps you haven't, but all of the scientists that we bring in are working on some aspect of trying to repair the injured spinal cord. Sometimes they're working on gene therapy. They may be working in the field of stem cells. They may be working with eStem. We try to put together a real varied agenda and provide a capsule look at what's going on in the research world. At the same time, actually since the conference started, there have been a few therapies get as far as clinical trials. So we try to give updates on any clinical trials that are going on and let people know how they might enroll in a clinical trial, give them some information on what they should know before they even consider joining a clinical trial. And basically, we're focused on the cure effort and trying to help people understand what's a very complicated subject, to say the least, but realize that science is actually a lot farther along than you might think it is. And if you are going to want to be able to take advantage of some of these therapies as they come to the clinic, there are things you need to know now and things you can do to help make it happen faster.
Yeah,
I think it went beyond your original question.
No, that's great. I think that kind of touches on a point that I've been injured almost 20 years, and that when I was initially injured, I looked up all the stuff about cure and trying to figure out the research part of it, and then eventually I started my interest sort of died a little bit, and then picked it back up again when I was aware of your organization, and I went out to that symposium feeling a little bit like I haven't been keeping up to date with what's happening in the research world, and I think it's really important, and in the sense that we need to all sort of advocate for these things, because there's a lot of stuff happening, not just with what people think the cure is, but also helping people with secondary conditions and bowel and bladder and pain and all of that. There's just a lot of cool stuff happening.
Right. I would ask you, after your trip to Boston, did you feel like the science there was accessible to you? You could understand it? Did you feel like you learned something?
I learned a lot, and I will admit that some of the stuff I wasn't knowledgeable in, just because I'm not that knowledgeable in science, and but they did a good job of explaining it, explaining what the scientists were doing, and how this would translate into helping improve the lives of people with spinal cord injury.
Well, it's a complex subject, and it's a process to build your knowledge. I don't have a particularly strong scientific mind, so it's taken me a while to build a good foundation of knowledge and then be able to advocate using that knowledge. Fortunately, we do have some people. We have a woman, Kate Willette, who writes a live blog from the symposium. She does an excellent job of taking the science and kind of translating it into language that the average person can understand. We also record the presentations, and oftentimes I'll go back and look at those just to have another run through as I try to understand a particular piece of science. I think another one of the great benefits of the conference is the networking. There's just an extraordinary group of people there, as I think you would agree.
Yeah, I met a lot of really great people, and that I've been in contact now still, and us communicating on how we can help educate people, and also have people come together and maybe like push legislation forward and things like that. So.
Well, for example, that's where you and I met. I probably wouldn't be here today if we hadn't met in Boston. So yeah, I think that's a good example. We have people from all over the world, really, who come to this event. Last year, we had people from Australia, we have people from Europe, South America. This year, we have a woman coming from Zimbabwe. We have a delegation from Japan that comes every year. I think it's really beneficial for people in this country to kind of realize what's going on in the rest of the world, not just with research, but how other parts of the world have to deal with paralysis. Where, if anybody has ever been to Europe or tried to travel in other countries,
Oh no, we dropped her. Hopefully she can log back on real quick and tell us a little bit about what that symposium that she was just talking about is called Working to Walk Symposium, and I attended, like she said, in Boston last October, September or October, I think, last year, and it's coming up this year. I think it's going to be in Seattle on October, it might be October 11th or 12th, but if you look up in the Unite to Fight Paralysis website, you will see it, or look up Working to Walk Symposium. Well, I don't know if she's coming back. Maybe we can get, we're getting close to 11:15, which is, who do we have next? Cindy. Oh, she's back. Marilyn?
I'm back. I got disconnected. All of a sudden.
Yeah, sometimes with the internet connections, people get dropped. So.
Well, and I'm at my office where I don't have the strongest connection, so that was part of it. I'm not sure where I was when we were. I think I was talking about some of the people coming from different countries to the conference, and we have a delegation from Japan, and we actually have a presentation this year from the Japan Spinal Cord Foundation. So the conference is the biggest piece of work that U2FP does. We've focused on that from, well, like I say, from 2006 when we did the first conference. We also now have a scientific advisory board, and the purpose of that board is to provide a resource for people in the community who are out raising money. We don't actually raise money ourselves for research, but we do provide this advisory board for the numerous community fundraisers out there. There are a lot of people in the SCI community who have small foundations or who are doing a bit of fundraising to support research in particular. So they can contact us, they can send their proposal to our scientific advisory board, and for no charge the board will review those proposals and give them a recommendation. I think over time this is going to be a really valuable service in the community. I think so far we've facilitated about $1 million worth of research funding from that's been provided by people in the community. Somebody earlier was talking about the Chicago Marathon, and we have an organization called SCI Sucks. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they...
Yes, I have.
Yeah, well, every year they field a pretty good-sized team in the Chicago Marathon, and they raise, I think each year anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000, and they actually fund the scientific advisory board for us. The guy who organized it, Jeff Kent, just came to us a few years ago and said he'd just been giving money to scientists kind of willy-nilly, really, doing the research to learn about their work and whether it was valuable. And so he said, let's start an advisory board, and that way we can provide this service to foundations like SCI Sucks and others in the community who need some professional advice on where to donate their money. So that's how that got started.
Yeah, that's great, because I feel a lot of people do raise money, but maybe, knowing where to send it to, and knowing that by sending it to you, it's going to actually go to help fund these researchers doing some cool things.
I should mention, I know I'm probably out of time here, but just one last thing is that we do only accept proposals that target the chronic spinal cord injury. We feel like it's really important that science addresses the chronic injury. So we ask that any proposals that are sent to us are for a project that targets the chronic injury.
Okay. Can you give us the name of your website so that if people would like some more information, they can look you guys up?
You bet. It's very simple. It's U2FP.org.
And that stands for Unite to Fight Paralysis.
Right, that's the short acronym for Unite to Fight Paralysis.
All right, well, thank you so much, Marilyn,
thank
for
you.
sharing.
It's a great idea.
And love the work that you're doing. Keep going. And
we will. It's sometimes a lonely battle, but we keep going.
All right. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Hi, I think we have Cindy next.
Me?
Hi, Cindy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, hey. Awesome. We might have figured out the technology part of this.
Yes. It's been, it's been going. We've had a couple drops here and there, and then people having trouble with audio, but we've been working through it, and it's going.
Good, good.
Let me introduce you real quick. This is Cindy, and she is at the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Chicago. And Backbones and the museum have a really good partnership, I think. And
I think so too.
we're doing some really cool stuff together. And maybe I guess we'll start by you telling me a little bit about the museum. And I see that you have one of our exhibits up in the background, so we can take a look at that later.
Sure. I wanted to just talk briefly, like what you said, about the museum and our parent museum. And then I was going to maybe introduce the rest of our staff briefly, quickly, and then Lauren was going to take you through the current exhibit, which you see in the split screen in the back here.
Cool.
Okay, so first let me tell you about the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Chicago. We're the first digital satellite museum of the historic National Museum of Health and Medicine in the DC area. That museum was founded 152 years ago as the Army Medical Museum. And is it okay if I just read like a few sentences about the museum itself? Yeah? Okay. The National Museum of Health and Medicine, established in 1862, inspires interest in and promotes the understanding of medicine, past, present, and future, with a special emphasis on tri-service American military medicine. As a National Historic Landmark recognized for its ongoing value to the health of the military and to the nation, the museum identifies, collects, and preserves important and unique resources to support a broad agenda of innovative exhibits, educational programs, and scientific, historical, and medical research. So we built this building. Here about this museum, we bought this museum for the museum in 2010, and in 2012 we had a soft opening with our first exhibit, which was based on an exhibit from the National Museum of Health and Medicine called Battlefield Surgery 101, from the Civil War to Vietnam. The museum over the last 2 years has had 8 exhibits, 2 of them with backbones. And the first, are we still okay technology-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. The first exhibit, Reinventing the Wheel, is what we worked with Rebecca. And it's an exhibit about the stories of life after spinal cord injury. And it included professional photography and beautiful storytelling. This exhibit was recognized by the City Council of Chicago in June of 2013. So, Rebecca, is it okay now for me to introduce the rest of the staff at the museum?
Yeah, I'd love to have everyone on here. Your staff is awesome. They've been doing a great job at these exhibits. So yes, let's see them all.
Okay, so she says, yes, you guys are awesome. She wants to see everyone. So I'm going to hand over the earphones so that they can talk briefly into it and say who they are. Whoever wants to go first.
Hello, my name is Elise. I work here at the National Museum of Health and Medicine, Chicago. I'm mostly administration and research specialist.
Awesome. And Elise has been helping us with planning some of the events.
Hi, I'm Eric Tice. I mainly do technology and research, so I'll hand it over to Laura.
Thanks, Eric.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm the biomedical visualization specialist, which is medical illustration for the museum here.
So stay on.
Thanks, Lauren.
Okay.
And you've been part of some of the exhibits, especially this new one. You were a big part of putting that together and making it awesome.
Well, thanks. Yes, I have. I worked a little bit on the first exhibit and then a lot on the second one. And I'm actually going to take you through the second exhibit. Hopefully this works. Cindy is going to hold the computer while we try and give you a taste of what the exhibit is like.
Okay.
So Redefining the Game was our second collaboration with Backbones, and it highlighted 9 different sports and featured interviews with local athletes with and without disabilities. And our goal for the exhibit was to highlight ability, athleticism, and achievement within Chicago sports. And to do this, we tried to highlight parallels between traditional and adaptive sports. And the development team was Rebecca, Cindy, myself, and 4 interns from the Adler School of Psychology. So we're taking you around the screens. This is the first screen we have, is sled hockey and hockey. So for each of the 9 sports, we either worked with an adaptive sports team and a corresponding traditional sports team, or, as was the case with about half of our organizations, we worked with one organization that had people with and without disabilities on their teams. So the exhibit is organized by sport, and you'll have an information screen that has a little bio about the organizations we worked with, and then some basic rules of the sport, and if there are any like major differences between the adaptive and traditional sport, we listed them there. This is our wheelchair softball and baseball screen that you just saw. And now we're going up on power soccer and soccer. So the second screen for each sport features a video with interviews from athletes from each team and action footage of them playing their sport. And each athlete was asked the same list of questions that our development team put together. And some examples of these questions were, what is your greatest accomplishment? What is the greatest challenge you faced within your sport? And what would your sport be like without you? So we're walking by scuba screen right now. Okay. I'm just going to give you like a really brief pass through of the remaining screens so you can get a look at them. This is our dance screen. Kayaking. We tried to go for some of the more non-traditional sports that you might think of as well. We wanted to increase awareness of local adaptive sports, and wheelchair basketball was one that most people seem to know about, so we kind of tried to branch out from that a little bit, just to increase awareness that there were other opportunities in the area. This is our yoga screen.
Can you bring it down a little bit? You're getting some of the feeling.
Is that better?
Thanks, guys. Sorry.
So you guys have the captions on there now.
Yes, we added captions to all the screens very recently. And this is our judo screen. And then the last screen we have with a video on it is titled, What is an Athlete? And one of the questions we asked all of our participants was, how would you define an athlete, or what is an athlete to you? And we got a lot of wonderful responses across the board, so we decided to, along with incorporating some of these answers in the videos on the screens, to make an individual video with all participants' answers to this question. And then our final 2 screens of the exhibit are a screen on the different lobes of the brain and how injuries to each of these lobes might affect somebody, and an interactive screen on spinal cord injury. So this is a touch screen, and it has instructional sections on the spinal cord injury levels and the effects of different injuries. So this is a really great exhibit to work on, and it was really eye-opening to a lot of different sports opportunities in the Chicago area. And I was really thankful to be able to work on it with Rebecca and Backbones. And I'm going to turn it back over to Cindy now. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Lauren.
Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
Sorry, could I introduce one more person to you?
Yes.
Sort of on our staff, I guess not technically, but and he wanted to share some how he felt after he saw the exhibits, as well as some of the patron reactions that he's noticed as our security guard, who's always here when the exhibits are going. So, yeah, I'm going to hand this over to you.
Hi, Rebecca. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? It's good to see you.
Doing wonderful. Pleasure's all mine. I just want to take a minute just to kind of let you know that when the first exhibit came through, I was extremely excited about it. And one of the things that I liked about it most is how it just changed me as a person and my entire attitude. You guys have shown to be extraordinarily people. One of the things that I did learn a lot of the key facts that you guys have put out in terms of like diving, for example. I didn't know that diving was a completely safe sport, but I found out and learned from you guys that it's one of the most dangerous sports there is. And in terms of the patrons' views, like myself, everybody loves it. It is so informative. It teaches an awful lot, and it makes you appreciate not just what you guys do, but for myself and just life in general. Some of the things that you guys do are extraordinary, especially the sports that we have here. You guys can do things that I still can't do. So for that, I thank you for the knowledge, for the insight, and I appreciate everything you guys do. And your exhibits are excellent. So you guys keep up the good work and bring some more for me.
Thank you.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah, so we have had, like Cindy mentioned, we've had a couple exhibits there. The Reinventing the Wheel, which was a photography one, highlighting 21 stories of people with spinal cord injuries and creating some positive imagery. And then the second one is the sports one. So looking
And if we
forward
have
to
like the third one, right, Rebecca?
Yes.
We just started discussions with Rebecca and one of her board members, Paul Bauer, I think. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about technology and disabilities. So, and we're going to be working again with our staff and Adler interns. So, look forward to seeing that too, right?
Yeah, that should be a really cool one. There's a lot of cool technology happening right now, and I feel like your space that you guys have full of technology stuff. So I think it'll be a good thing. Thank you guys for being on the call with us, and
thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you for all your work, Rebecca. You guys are great.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
We'll be talking soon.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Take care.
Take care.
Oops. All right. So that's the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Chicago. And you can find them at National Museum, NMHM Chicago. And I think up next we have Jessica. I don't know if Jessica, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ooh, yay, I can
you
hear
me?
you too. Yes.
Excellent.
This is a good one. We didn't have issues with sound or video.
Perfect.
How are you doing today?
I am good. How are you? This is awesome. I've been watching for about 30 minutes now. This is great. I've really enjoyed all the speakers before me and hearing about everything. This is awesome.
Cool. I am glad that you've been watching. And yeah, everyone on here so far has been, I mean, they're doing awesome things. So I'm glad to be able to share that with other people. And you're doing awesome things. So
thank you.
So I'm glad you're on here. And how did we meet?
Oh my gosh, how did we meet? You know, I was thinking about this the other day. I think you and I met at Glam Camp. Do you remember Glam Camp, the very first one up in Chicago with Shriners Children's Hospital? I'm pretty sure you were a speaker there.
Yeah, actually I helped put that together. So why don't you tell people what Glam Camp was?
Yeah, so Glam Camp is actually still running today, to my knowledge. You'll have to check in with Sarah Kloss later today. I know she's up speaking. But Glam Camp is GLAHM, and it stands for Good Life and Healthy Mind. And basically, it is a beauty, self-esteem building at boot camp. So the premise behind it is that if you look good on the outside and you're confident, that you'll feel better about yourself on the inside, and you can portray that confidence outwardly. And so this started, oh my gosh, this is going to show my age. I want to say in 2006 or 7, I think. And that was the very first Glam Camp, and it evolved from there. And each year there's sponsors, so there's 6 to 8 girls that attend, and they stay downtown in Michigan Avenue in the James Hotel, and Macy's sponsors us, and there's all kinds of different folks that we bring in, and the girls get makeovers, and the dietitian from Shriners comes in, and we talk about eating right. And it's a great week. It's a lot of fun, and you get really close to the girls that go, because the girls are just phenomenal, and by the end of it, you're all best friends.
And you came up with that idea based on your experience being in the hospital and how you felt after.
Yeah.
So maybe tell us a little bit about your injury and how that came about.
Okay. So I became a Shriners patient. It wasn't immediately after I got hurt, but let me back up and tell you how I got hurt. So I was 17. I was in between my junior and senior year, and I was a springboard diver. I dove for the high school varsity dive team, and I was practicing gymnastics because that's really kind of how we cross-train for diving. And I just went up to do a trick in the air and came down and landed wrong, and that injury resulted in a spinal cord injury, and it left me really functioning at T3. So my injury was a little bit higher, but after it was all said and done, it was about T3. And so I did rehab at a lot of different hospitals. I went to Frazier in Louisville after my initial injury. And then I eventually came in contact with Shriners Children's Hospital, which is phenomenal. If anyone out there doesn't know about it, it's just an amazing, amazing facility. And so when I was there, they did the sports program, and everyone kind of made fun of me. I mean, I've always been pretty girly, but they made fun of me because I had outfits for every day. So when we would go play baseball, I'd have a baseball-themed outfit, or we would go see I'd wear a skirt. And so everyone was like, "You really just need to do a makeup camp." And I was like, "There's more to it than that." And so, I got to thinking about how after I, would get dressed and I put on makeup and I'd go to therapy, I really would feel so much better. But I'd also see, I would do better, physically and mentally. And so that's kind of how Glam Camp was born. And, other patients would say the same thing, other girls that I met at Shriners. I did several stays there, but they would say the same thing, like, "Wow, putting on makeup makes me feel so much better about myself." And that's kind of how Glam Camp evolved, and I think it's been pretty remarkable. For the girls that have come and attended, and it's been really great.
I agree. I mean, obviously, I think that goes for anyone. You kind of take that little effort to feel good and look good. I mean, you do better. It's funny that you say that because I thought of you this morning since I was going to be here at home doing this, and I was like, I really don't need to dress up or do anything. I'm just going to be at home with my computer. And then I was wearing this shirt, and then I was going to change, and I was like, no, I'll just wear this one. And then I'm like, no, I'm going to change. I'm going to feel good and do good today. This will be a good day.
Well, you look fabulous.
Oh, thanks. You can only see my floating head.
It's okay. I'm pretty sure you can only see like a quarter of my body or something.
So yeah, so I think Glam Camp was really successful, and I'm really, I thought it was a great idea when you started it, and I was glad to be a part of that. But you've done so much more after that. Tell us more.
Well, let's see. So my next kind of entrepreneurial venture is Utilize Health. And Utilize Health was kind of this company idea in the making for several years. So after I got my master's degree from Vanderbilt University here in Nashville, all my colleagues were getting, these wonderful jobs. And my career counselor said, what do you really want to do? And I just assumed I'd do consulting or something like that. And I said, well, I've had this idea for a really long time, and I have done some work with the Entrepreneur Center here in Nashville. I had interned there. I'd really like to see if I could actually make this idea become, a company and really help a lot of people. And so after I graduated, I plunged into it, which I can't decide if it's brave or stupid. Depends on what day you ask me. But it's been pretty incredible. So let me kind of tell you the inspiration behind Utilize Health. Whenever I got hurt, My family, they're phenomenal. They're just awesome. They took me all across the country to all these different rehab facilities, all these doctors. And unfortunately, my prognosis remained the same. You know, I wasn't going to recover. I wasn't going to walk again because of the severity of the injury. And we heard that a lot with every hospital we went to, Mayo Clinic, Vanderbilt, Cincinnati, down in Miami. But a lot of people said, look at things that are still in research. And so we started to. And we found this facility up in Chicago called Next Steps, which is near and dear to my heart. I love them up there. They kind of have this different mentality of a push you to your limits kind of facility. And, you know, I'd go to the facility and I'd work, and I just kept wondering, how come more people don't know about these facilities that are out there? And every time we would go to a new rehab facility, we would discover a new piece of equipment or a technique that we'd use. And eventually, it took several years, but I did learn to walk again. And today, I walk completely unassisted with just the help of my service dog, Ozzy, who is laying over there in the corner wondering why he feels like I'm talking to myself right now. But patients throughout the years would contact me, and they'd say, hey, how did you, learn to do this? How did you do this? And I would give them resources. I had become friends with equipment manufacturers, and so I'd call up my friends and say, hey, how do we get this patient on this piece of equipment? And then that was kind of the first realization, is that patients really didn't know what was out there, because a lot of this stuff, the neuro community is really still being built. Neuro is still fairly new, especially the idea of neuroplasticity, and we don't know why some patients recover and others don't. There's still a lot of research that needs to be done until we can figure that out. But so these patients, they just had no idea what was out there. And doctors didn't know. A lot of the time we would find ourselves educating the doctors on what types of therapy that I was doing and things like that. And then kind of the second big realization was that we saw a lot of facilities that were severely underutilized. And to me, that was just a crime. I'm like, how are these facilities, why are they not packed with patients all the time? So for example, there was a facility close to here in Nashville, and it shut down last September because it was underutilized and they couldn't get enough patients to the door. And that's hard to see. And then kind of, so this two-part problem. You have patients really don't know about these facilities, but the facilities are severely underutilized. And that's kind of how Utilized Health was born. So what we do, we're an online platform, and we match patients with life-altering injuries or diagnoses. We match them to the care that they need, and we do it all online. So I like to tell people, think of us as OpenTable or Hotels.com. It's a really similar user experience. So a patient can go on our website, they fill out a health questionnaire, fairly simple, and then once they submit that information, they see therapy and facility matches that can help them, and they can scroll through, read about the different therapies that each facility offers. And the cool thing about it is that all of this is tailored to the patient. So we'll ask, what type of insurance do you have? What types of therapies have you tried? How far are you willing to travel? Are you willing to relocate? We've actually had patients that have relocated with friends and family to maybe do a 12 or 18-week program, sometimes even longer. And then, when a patient can look through their matches, they can schedule an appointment right then and there with that facility. And so we've really streamlined the whole looking for post-acute care. We've streamlined the whole thing, and we've made it really, really easy for patients. So that is Utilized Health, and that's kind of how it came about. Today, so we start. Say again?
That you have, a lot of experience actually going to a lot of these facilities, because after your injury, you tried out a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, so yeah. I think that your knowledge of knowing all those facilities is kind of great for people that are looking to be connected.
Thanks. Oh gosh, I went to countless facilities. My poor parents. We just kind of went everywhere and anywhere, and I was willing to try just about anything. I think if someone would have told me, stand on your head and turn around 10 times, I probably would have done it. But the cool thing with Utilize, so I started this company about 2 years ago. Last May, we entered a program called Jumpstart Founders. This is actually May of 2013. And that's kind of where we started to shift with Utilize. And we actually did our first pilot early this year. We started it in January. we were really lucky. We had some really great press in USA Today, but then all of a sudden we had patients and facilities and equipment manufacturers just reaching out from the woodworks, and these patients were saying, help me, you have to do something, you exist, help me. And the web application that actually does the matching automatically, that was not built yet. And so we manually matched them. We took the first 100 patients that reached out, and they were all across the United States. We didn't choose a region, so that was a little tricky, a little complicated, but we did it. And we were able to match these patients to the therapies and facilities they needed. And we've just started here in kind of recent months, we've started to hear their success stories and where they're at today, and that's been really, really, really rewarding for us. One of my favorite stories comes from a mom. She was one of my oh gosh, I think not more demanding is not the right word. She just, moms, they're going to do anything for their kids, absolutely anything. They're actually my favorite people to work with because, they're going to get it done. And
yeah, they're going to go whatever they have to do. They're going to do it.
Oh my gosh, they're awesome. And so this one mom, she had 4 kids, and her 7-year-old had had a traumatic brain injury, and she said, well, I need this and this and this done. So we were able to help match them and help them, get different kinds of care, and we helped them with obtain the physician's script and stuff like that. Hadn't heard from her in several months, and she called me out of the blue like 3 months later, and I didn't know who it was, because I get a lot of unknown calls every day. And all I heard was just tears on the other end of the phone, and I was like, hello, this is Jessica from Utilize Health. And she was crying because her son had stood for the first time that day. And, what a touching story to hear, and all she could say was, thank you, I'll keep you updated on our progress. Thank you for, creating this, and I really hope that it can get off the ground further. And so since then, we've been working pretty tirelessly on automating the entire process because we have lots. We've got a wait list a mile long, unfortunately, right now. But hopefully, really soon, we're going to get all those patients on the wait list the help that they need. I got to actually see the demo of our automated product Tuesday. I spent like 2.5 hours on the phone with our developers, and it looks awesome. I cannot wait for everyone to see it. It looks so, so good.
Well, that's got to feel really nice to see it all coming together, and what you've been working on for years, and it's coming together.
Finally, it's about time. So a big reason that it's come together is because of the community. So in June, we launched a crowdfunding campaign on Indiegogo. And the community, we said, okay, guys, we don't have the resources and the funds right now to build this as quickly as we'd like. Will you help us? And the community rallied, and in over less than 48 hours, we had raised over $20,000 for the automation of the product. And today, we're right under 40. We're at like 39 something. So we're really, really close. And it's because of the community, and they've rallied so much that we're able to build this as quickly as we are. So big thanks to all of them. I see you talking, but I cannot hear you. Nope, still nothing. Nope. Well, I can just keep talking about something else while we get this figured out. Let's see. What else can I tell you guys? So right now with Utilize Health, we help patients in 6 different kind of patient categories: spinal cord injury, traumatic brain injury, patients with stroke, multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, and cerebral palsy. So we start really with neuro. In the next year, we really hope to expand into other patient populations such as autism, but we wanted to start with what we know really, really well, which is neuro. And a big part of that is because, I've traveled to these facilities, I've kept in touch with a lot of them, and we know where all the resources are. It's been, gosh, 10 years in the making now, of, these connections and these people that are willing to help us. And so that's kind of really why we're starting with neuro, because it's what we know. And also the treatment regimens are similar, which, makes the matching a little bit easier on our part because we're only populating one database. But those 6 different patient populations, again, it's SCI, MD, CP, MS, stroke, and TBI. Those are the patient populations that we serve. Any other questions? So we're chatting on the live screen over here so that she can still ask me questions even though I can't hear you. So my colleague and my husband, Adam, runs the company with me. So about a year after I got hurt, I engaged with a lot of different types of trainers, and I did a lot of creative different types of rehab. But a year after I got hurt, my parents hired this trainer named Adam. I gotta be honest, I didn't really like him at first. He was quiet. I thought he was kind of strange. But, we got over that. And he was so, I think he was a little intimidated by the wheelchair. He tried to throw a medicine ball at me the first day, and he almost knocked me over. That was kind of fun. But this trainer now has become my husband. So we started dating about, 2 or 3 months after we started working together. And he has watched the whole rehab process, and it's been a journey with him. And I guess 5 years after we met, we got married, and we've been married for 4 years now. And he's a gem. So not only is he my husband, he is my trainer, but he's also my co-founder, and he's the CMO or the COO of Utilize Health. And so that has been quite the journey of doing everything with him. But I couldn't ask for a better partner in crime with. He's awesome. I hope everyone can have their Adam. What other questions? Chat me. Okay, so I'll tell you about my family. Both my parents, I have a twin sister, which is pretty fun. And then I have a little sister who might as well be our triplet. She's 7 years younger than us, but I'm telling you, this kid is our triplet. So my twin sister and I, she's great. We do a lot of the same things. Unfortunately, we do live a little bit further apart now. She's in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm in Nashville. But I'll tell you a funny story. This is kind of mean. A lot of people with spinal cord injuries, after that initial injury, laughter, we found really helped us get through kind of the harder days and the harder times. And we developed this strange sense of humor. And so one day in rehab, this was still, in the early days of the injury, we put my twin sister in my wheelchair, and we rolled her into rehab, and then I hid. And she stood up and got up, and people were freaking out. And then we realized we probably have taken it a little too far, because I'm pretty sure some people cried. And Emily just got up and she was like, "I'm not Jessica, I'm Emily. I'm her twin sister." And we got a lot of scowls that day. But it's a pretty funny story. We've done that quite a bit. It's kind of cruel. We don't look that much alike anymore. You can still tell we're definitely sisters, but we have, I think, developed differently. I'm probably got a toddler on her, like 40 pounds or something. But she's awesome. She actually is a recreational therapist. She is certified, and now she works in nonprofit. She works for a place called Hospitality House, which I like to think of it as the Ronald McDonald House, but they serve adults, and that's really cool because she sees a lot of patients come in, their families that are going through traumatic events, spinal cord injuries, brain injuries, strokes, and so it's cool that she can give back in that way. And then my little sister is studying to be a PA at University of Kentucky. I went to LSU. So that's, causes a little bit of tension, but it's fine. We've released her from that. That's hilarious. So Rebecca just said, I saw her walk in a room once and she thought it was me. Very, very true. That was really funny. We've done that with a lot of people. So it took me about 3 years before I could take a step, and it really took me about 6 before I could walk completely unassisted, no walker, no forearm crutches. And even today, I still don't have any feeling from T3 down. And we've had some pretty funny tricks on people with that, especially when I still used my wheelchair quite a bit. You know, Emily would run in somewhere and they'd be like, what? What is going on? Because a lot of people, we went to different colleges, they didn't really know that we were twins. You know, we'd tell them, but they'd forget. So we've had some good times with that. Is there anything else I can tell you guys about? Anything else you want to know about Utilize Health? I have a really cute service dog. I still can't hear you. Let's see. I'll just think of something. Tell us how you got your service dog. Oh, he's so cute. So I applied to this really great program called Indiana Canine Assistance Network. And they're up in Indianapolis. And at first I was like, I don't need a service dog. But then once I realized how much he can do for me, it was a no-brainer. I mean, this dog is amazing. His name is Ozzy. And all the dogs are trained in a maximum security women's prison. And these inmates spend, 2 years training these dogs. And then we get to come in as the clients, and the inmate trains us how to use our dog properly. And I swear to you, getting a service dog is like a dating service. I say it all the time, but it really is, because the dog has to pick you, and it's a whole long process that they look at, if you get along with your dog. And it makes sense. I think that's why ICANN has been so successful in their matches, is because you spend every waking moment with your dog. And Ozzy has just been remarkable. So he can pick things up for me. I still have a weaker trunk, which is really helpful when he's there. He can even help me balance sometimes. He can turn lights on and off. He can get things out of the fridge, which we don't practice too often anymore because he can get distracted. He's almost 10 now, and so I can tell he's a little bit fidgety in his older age. He's sometimes can get a little impatient with me. I might have to ask him twice for things, but he's still, you can just tell he loves to work. I mean, he's so well behaved. He's just, we fly quite a bit. So I've been doing a lot of traveling for work right now with Utilize Health, and he's perfect on the plane. I mean, half the time people, when we get off the plane, they're like, oh my God, there's a dog in here. And I'm like, well, yeah, you didn't see him get on the plane. But he's just that good. You would never notice he's there. So I'm proud of my Oz man. He's a great dog. I wish I could show you a picture. I don't really think I have any pictures, other than it's on my phone, and that probably won't show up. So let's see. Do I do any adaptive sports? Still scuba dive. I used to. So I used to play wheelchair tennis when my sister was doing some work up in Indianapolis as a recreational therapist, I guess, in training. She was doing her internship. She got me into wheelchair tennis. I was not very good at it. I really tried hard. I really thought I could be good at it, but I wasn't. But it was a lot of fun. It was a great form of exercise. I would still like to get back into it because I obviously can't play, other kinds of sports. Walking is about all I can do today. So wheelchair tennis would be great to get back into. I just haven't honestly found the time with building Utilize Health, and but I need to get back into something. And then Shriners, gosh, they opened my eyes to everything. I went scuba diving with a really cool organization called Dive Heart. It was through Shriners. That was awesome. I tried out basketball, baseball. Not any better at those at all. I was just really bad. I do some hand cycling for a little bit. That was really fun. That was a great form of exercise. But I think tennis might have been, I say it's my strongest, but was I that strong in it? Not really. But adaptive sports are great. I love them. I would highly encourage them to everybody. I wish I had more time. I should start practicing what I preach. Oh gosh, I think everyone froze. Oh, I hear you. I hear you.
That is me. That is Adam. I am still here, so you're not frozen. But I have no
Adam.
idea why we cannot get Rebecca unmuted.
That's
so
okay.
we're still dealing with that, but I'm still here.
Awesome. Adam, is that your dog I see in your picture?
That is my dog. I was going to ask you a question about your dog, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've had my dog for about 4 years now.
Oh,
And, yeah, is your dog a black lab, or what breed is yours?
He is an English yellow lab. Let me see if I can get him
English
really fast. Hold on. Come here, bud. I forgot I locked him out of the room earlier. Come here. Come say hi. Come here. Can you see him? This is my
We
baby.
do see him.
Oh, the dog is he's like my fur child. Aren't you? Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, I can't lock my dog out. He will burst through my doors. So they're very intelligent, and they do not want to be away from you at all.
No, he was whining for a little bit outside the door, but I think he went to the living room to go lay down. And now he's right beside me again.
Of course.
Dogs, they're the greatest. They really are. I would recommend to anyone who is considering a service dog, just do it. I mean, these dogs are so incredible, and I never thought that I would be so in tune with his needs and my needs. It really is. It's life-changing. I really am a big fan of service dogs.
I would totally agree, because I was the same way as you, that I thought I would never need one, never even considered one, and just got into the program from a friend and would never change it, you know.
Yeah. He's everyone calls him our chief mascot at Utilize Health. So we've been working out of a shared space for a while. The Nashville Entrepreneur Center, it can house like 60 different startup companies, and you know, for the longest time when we were there every single day, we had this giant cushiony dog bed there, and everyone would walk by and be like, why is there a dog bed in here? And then Ozzy would like pop around the corner from, you know, when we were coming back from a meeting, and we got to do a lot of education because people were like, so why do you have a service dog? And it was a very educational time for us, and everyone loved him. You know, us entrepreneurs, we can get kind of stressed, and he was like this massive stress reliever for everybody. Pet therapy for all.
They're definitely dual purpose. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Aileen has posted in chat here, you know, just make sure you guys donate to CrowdRise if you would for us here. That's fundraising here for Backbones all day. And really glad you all could join us. I don't know, Jessica, do you have any more to add today?
No, other than, you know, check out Utilize Health. If you know anyone that can use our services, let us know. We also offer a very cool patient advocate service where we help, you know, get your patient scripts and things like that. And I don't know what time you're doing giveaways today, but we're giving away one of our patient advocate subscriptions to someone that's listening today. So check that out, and hopefully we'll get to meet our lucky winner later. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. And check out Utilize Health. Donate to Backbones. Utilize Health did, so you should too.
Great. And I know Rebecca's been asking as well. Do you guys have a website? What is your website if you do?
Yes, it is utilizehealth.co. So that's .co. So the new website is not live yet. We'll be making that transition here pretty shortly once we get the new web application up and running. But for now, go check utilizehealth.co out. And you can sign up and you'll be put on the wait list. So if you're put on the wait list, you are guaranteed right now to be a part of our next phase, which is when the live web application will launch.
Awesome. All right. And
thank you so much, Adam.
You're welcome, and thank you as well for joining us, Jessica. We are going to go to break here, but before we go, the next donor, whoever donates to CrowdRise, will be the winner of that giveaway. So
Ooh.
go donate. And we are going to break, so we will announce that right after break.
Thanks.
Hey there. Can you hear me? Hang on. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to put headphones in. Can you hear me now? Am I muted? How's the weather? Looks really pretty where you are. I'm in a cold conference room, and it's really chilly. San Diego. My name is Melissa Bottini, and I am from the Challenged Athletes Foundation. I'm the program coordinator. It is a beautiful place, and the weather has been extremely hot. I've been there since January, so not too long, but my background is in adaptive sports. So I was working at an adaptive sports foundation in San Diego and transferred over here. And so the foundation offers, pretty much we're primarily a grant-giving organization, so we provide grants for people with physical disabilities to get involved with sports. And so I'm going to share a bunch about what you would do to go about getting a grant. Shall I start that now? So we don't have a specific number of grants per year that we give. We don't say like we're giving out 1,000 this year, or next year we're going to give out 1,500. Just depends on kind of supply and demand. So last year I brought this in. We gave out 1,469 grants, totaling to be over 3.1 million. And that was in several different sports. It was a really great year. There was 1,664 people that applied for the grant. So about 90% were approved, which is awesome. We're hoping to get that number up a little bit, but so far this year our grant opened up on September 1st, and we have had 445 people start a grant and go with that.
Melissa, can you hear me?
Yes, it's a little bit, yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry about that. We're having some issues with my computer, and I think on this call or on the Hangout, there's a lot of you guys that are guests, and the link from me to join as a guest, but it is sort of slowing down the Hangout. So if we're watching as a guest, or if you are watching this and you're scheduled to until later, please watch from the Google Plus page or from our website. You can also submit your questions from the website as well. Then only use this link to go on it once it's your turn to be a guest. And I will give a couple minutes for you guys to do that, and that way you can submit your questions through there. Sorry about that, everyone. And I think that's what happened with my computer. It just got a little overload. Anyway, so let's continue. Thank you so much for being on here with us and sharing some information about the Challenge Athletes Foundation. I know you kind of started talking about it a little bit, but go ahead and continue. Sorry for interrupting you.
No worries, no worries. I can start from the beginning, kind of just go back over what I had just spoke about. My name's Melissa, and I'm the programs coordinator at Challenged Athletes Foundation. I have been here since January, so not too long, but coming from an adaptive sports background in San Diego, so I did a lot with CAF while I was working with the Adaptive Sports Foundation, and I really enjoyed what they were doing. I liked the aspect that we could help people and give grants to people to get involved with sports, because sports played a huge role in my life growing up, and why limit anyone from that. So last year, like I said, we gave out 1,469 grants. That was out of 1,664. And of that 664, the reason why probably those ones were declined is because not a complete application, and I can go through that in a moment as well. So we gave out over $3.1 million, and that's a huge number, so that was really, really awesome. We gave out grants for all different types of sports. We gave out a grant for a woman that was using a wheelchair to do aerial dancing. She injured herself while doing an acrobatic routine and wanted to get back involved with aerial dancing, so we got her a specialized chair to be able to do that. We've also got hand cycle grants, surfing, WCMX, yoga, you name it, we do it. So there's no limit as opposed to what you'd want to apply for. If you want to be involved with trap shooting, we would probably help with that as well. So that's really cool that there's no limit within that. So I'll just touch briefly on what we do with our grants. There's 3 different grants you can apply for. There's the equipment grant, which is the big grant. You can only apply for that once every 3 years unless you're under 16, and that would be a 2-year cycle. There's also coaching and training. And that'd be, say you wanna get a gym membership, or you want to do yoga classes, or you want to get a coach to maybe get to that next level. So that's pretty cool as well. And then there's competition expenses, and that would be us covering your competition expenses, such as the registration fees and accommodations, food, anything that would go along with that trip. So that's awesome as well. We do all of our grants online this year, and you'll just go to our website at www.challengedathletes.org. It's a pretty simple grant for the most part. You're going to need a couple components. You're going to need a medical reference from your doctor or a medical professional stating exactly what your specific physical disability is. You'll also need a personal reference, and that's going to be just a friend, a family member, anyone along those lines. You're going to need a couple pictures, preferably in your sport of play, because that's always fun to see. And then you're going to need some sort of proof of income, whether that's a W-2 or your SSDI, something along those lines. You'll upload that all online, and then you'll answer just some quick questions, exactly what you're asking for, what's your background. There is one thing to note: we won't grant equipment to anyone that hasn't been involved in the sport for over 6 months. So we definitely place emphasis on those who have been involved, because we would hate to give away a hand cycle and someone hasn't tried it, and then it turns out they hate it, just because adaptive equipment is so expensive. And so that's primarily what I do. I do the grant program, which is awesome. And like I said, we've already had a lot of people apply this year, so we're looking to get that number up from 1,600 last year to hopefully 1,700, 1,800 this year.
And when is the when deadline? It's sort of a rolling deadline when people apply.
So it starts September 1st, so it started 18 days ago, and it ends December 5th. So we were going to do December 1st as the hard deadline, but the way Thanksgiving is this year, we wanted to give people an extra week.
Awesome. Do you have a cool story you can share about someone with
Well, I've got a lot of cool stories.
I'm sure you have a ton.
I mean, we've got so many. I'm trying to think of one that's really, I was looking online to try to find one that was really impactful, and I couldn't stop reading. So let me try to pull up the one I was reading earlier, because it was just really meaningful to me. Just so many people have been impacted by what we do. And so that's really, really great to hear. The internet's going so slow. And it's on my other computer because I had to get a